The following podcast contains explicit language. You're listening to the Cinematography Podcast presented by Hot Rod Cameras, a program about the art, craft, and philosophy of the moving image and the people who make it happen. Coming to you from the world headquarters of Hot Rod Cameras in Hollywood, California, are your hosts, Ben Rock and Illya Friedman.
Hey Ben, it's a special episode.
I love special episodes. They're the most fun.
Well, this is the first of 4 special episodes covering the 2019 Sundance Film Festival.
That's awesome. I was there for about 22 hours, in which time I saw no films.
Well, don't worry about it. I was there for a lot longer and saw a lot of movies and stuff, and you can ask me questions about it.
That's great. I love interviewing people, and I already know you a lot, but I can interview you about something I don't already know about. That's awesome. We can do that 4 times.
We will do it 4 times.
All right.
All right. So Ben, what's your first question for me?
This is a great interview. Off to a great start.
Okay. Well, why don't we actually do an overview of like what this episode should be about? This episode, we're calling it personal picks. These are like personal favorites, things that myself, our producer Alana, and of course you thought was the best thing about Sundance. And I know you thought at least one thing was the best thing about Sundance.
Well, that's true, and we'll get to that a little bit later, and then you can interview me a little bit about it. But before we even get into it, Sundance is about the art, but let's get the commerce out of the way first. Like, what were some of the biggest buyers of at the festival this year?
Well, Amazon was huge. Amazon was the biggest buyer of movies at the festival, but Warner Brothers and some other companies did very well, and we will definitely get into that in our next episode.
So, I mean, like, have the buyers all switched? Like, are we now living in kind of the streamers are the huge buyers at Sundance, and it's not, stuff isn't being bought for theatrical distribution at all?
No, that's not true. Some of the traditional players are still buying stuff, but yes, the streaming, the .coms, if you will, they've come in a big way. And this Netflix thing, I think it's going to stick around.
I think it's going to be around for a minute.
Yeah, I don't think it's some certain individuals or corporations or foreign governments have swooped into Hollywood at various times saying like, we're going to make a big mark on the map here. Netflix is really going to do it. A lot of those people who come in, they kind of breeze out, maybe a few years later, but Netflix is they just keep upping their game, and the Amazon and the rest of them.
So, Illya, one of the films you saw at Sundance this year is The Sound of Silence. There's a lot of sibilance in that last sentence.
There is.
The Sound of Silence. Tell me about The Sound of Silence.
Well, it's my pick, actually, for favorite of Sundance. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, so there was some very popular stuff. This one I think was also popular, but maybe didn't get the attention-grabbing headlines of some of the others. Sound of Silence.
It wasn't a documentary about Michael Jackson.
It wasn't, no.
That was already going to be on HBO.
Or the Satanic Temple. So
we're going to get to that too.
No, this movie stars Peter Sarsgaard and Rashida Jones, and it is lovely and quirky and beautiful, and it's really not like something you've seen before. It in some ways is, but really it's not. So I don't want to dive too deep right now because you're about to hear the interview that I did with the director, which is Michael Tyberski. And he really, really does a masterful job of getting to the heart of things through sound. And there's wonderful, wonderful little moments of sound in there. And I think it makes us all pay really close attention, which I'm sure was his intention, to the sounds all around us.
Sound, the perfect topic for the Cinematography Podcast.
Perfect.
Here is your interview with Michael Tyberski.
The Cinematography Podcast interview.
So this is Illya with the Cinematography Podcast, and I'm sitting down with Michael Tyberski, who is the director and co-writer of the feature film The Sound of Silence, which has just had its premiere at the 2019 Sundance Film Festival. Michael, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Michael, this is a strikingly visual movie, even though I would say ostensibly it's all about sound. And the sound is wonderful, and the sound and the visuals sort of play together. Can you tell me a little bit about what your inspiration was for this project? Where does this come from? What part of you ended up on the screen?
Sure, yeah. I mean, so many things, I suppose. Hard to narrow it down to just one, but kind of a good leaping off point is always about sound. I think sound has always been intriguing to me, not just in movie makings, but just in general. It's this tool that is used in motion pictures, and I think not always to its maximum potential. I was thinking recently, when I was in film school, one of our first projects hands-on was before making before shooting on film or video, they gave us an audio recorder to walk around with and make kind of an audio documentary just with sounds. And I think I ironically didn't do well in that assignment. I think that it was maybe looking for something more experimental. And since then, I've thought a lot about that, but it's I think it definitely piqued my interest into how much story you can tell with just sound early on, and that's always been intriguing. But I suppose I grew up in outside of New York, in the country, and having lived in a place like New York City, an urban environment for the last decade now, it's I can't help but think about sound all the time. It's all around us. It's inherent to living in the city, and that was an interesting kind of subject matter to talk about in a movie. And then my friend, who I co-wrote this with, Ben Neighbors, came to me years ago with this idea of this character that he called the house tuner. Whose practice it was to adjust people's sounds in their homes, to adjust their emotions, so to speak. And, I think my interest in sound and this character who deals with sound suddenly became a good conduit to tell a story with. And there was a lot of opportunities for this kind of unique sound perspective that was really exciting to me. I suppose sound is a good place to talk about.
All right. Well, let's, for our listeners out there who have not been following closely with the synopses of the Sundance Film Festival, and since the movie's just premiering here, could you give us a quick rundown of how you would describe it? Not necessarily your log line, but give us the quick overviews of your movie.
Yeah. So it's a movie that follows a individual who is he goes by the job title of a house tuner, but he is an individual who hears things in a unique way. He has a bit of a heightened hearing, so hears beyond the city din in New York City where his practice is. But his job is to go into clients' homes who are would approach him like a therapist and adjust their living spaces sonically, adjusting the sounds appliances make. Interested in this idea. The job is completely invented for the movie, but the science behind it is essentially accurate. If you were to hold an instrument tuner up to any sort of appliance or practical object in your home that's creating a buzz or a sound, that would register as a musical key. And it's the idea that we respond to music emotionally. I think we can respond to sound emotionally too, and it can have an effect, entirely subjective, but this character believes that predominant harmonies affect people in a certain way, and he's in essence trying to calibrate that for the city as a whole, kind of the way I like to think of him as a kind of a conductor of an orchestra, but in this case the orchestra are all the neighborhoods and boroughs of the city.
I first became aware of Eric Lin when I saw Hearts Beat Loud, which is a fantastic movie, and I recommend to people all the time. I don't know where that falls in the timeline, because it did come out, I think, about a year ago. And how long ago did you start the production of this? I know that timelines on movies can vary greatly, and I'm wondering how you and Eric Lin became acquainted.
Yeah, timeline. I've been working on this movie for several years now. We had a short at Sundance in 2013 that was kind of the inspiration for this feature, followed that same character. And, the ensuing years were turning that into a feature-length script, taking time to do that. I'm certainly very slow and methodical in my work because I like to do things a certain way, and that's just how I've always done it. So during those years, I was certainly, before anybody else was involved, other than Ben and I, who we were writing together, I was certainly thinking about the visuals of the movie, and knowing that I wanted to make something that I responded to, that I liked cinematically. And one of the first things I did that I think could be interesting just as a podcast or the sort of kind of like radio listeners is I sat down with when Peter Sarsgaard became interested and involved. We sat down, him and I, and just recorded the entire script through microphones like this setup. It wasn't, it was a cold read, essentially. I was reading all the other characters and he was reading his roles. That turned into this kind of radio play for me that I could listen to. For so many years, you're reading a script, and then suddenly I could put it, in a Premiere timeline and press play, and I could listen to it. But then naturally having that, 90-minute asset of sorts, I started putting in music, sound effects. That became pulling still references that I'd eventually talk about with a cinematographer. And it almost was this odd animatic in a way that I was just using as kind of a blueprint that I could just know that at least this works. I know if all else fails, I can fall back on this, and I can feel the movie in a way, and I can see it in this, very lo-fi version.
An auditory animatic, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was part of the process. I started pulling a lot of images. So for about a year, I was compiling kind of my reference points, and I was really interested in photographing New York in the way that I grew up seeing it in the movies from an outsider, or something not kind of an alternate New York City. I like to think about it as Gordon Willis has this great quote when he photographed Manhattan, that he described it as romantic reality. I loved that idea. Do you know about?
I think that happens all the time, especially in Christmas in New York movies and all kinds of stuff like this. There's this romanticized version, particularly of Manhattan, that is just it's like this magical place, and everything kind of like lines up like kismet. So I think that, and this is just me as an outsider having just watched your movie, there's an element of that comes into your movie, but I won't say it's on the nose. It definitely happens sonically, though, because your movie plays with sounds and all kinds of different sounds in different ways, and harmonizing or disharmonizing, and I think it's the soundscape that you created in this meshes so well with your visuals. I kind of want to wonder, because usually sound is almost the afterthought. Sound is like, hey, we have this beautiful movie, we made this movie, now we have to put the sound in to match it. Yours felt so intentional. I was wondering if that happened much earlier in the process, if you were figuring out your sounds and trying to match visuals, or if it was the traditional process of, sound almost as the afterthought, or sound, we created the movie visually, now we're creating it sonically. Or did you tell me about that process?
Yeah, certainly we were thinking about sound from the beginning. And when Eric Lynn and I were discussing kind of the look of the movie, we were thinking, we wanted to tell the movie from Peter's perspective, from the main characters, not only visual point of view, but his sonic perspective as well. So we knew that whenever we showed New York City in these kind of like big sweeping grand shots that you've seen a lot of times, we wanted to, in the sound mix, kind of isolate some specific or more nuanced noise that's below the cacophony in a way. We felt that was a unique approach to kind of turning that thing that you've seen 1,000 times on its head a little bit. And
and layered with the score as well, because you've got a score, you've got a room tone, or a cityscape tone, for lack of a better term. And then I really appreciated how much I think there's a scene where someone is like throwing Chinese food into like a styrofoam container, and you can hear that noise come through the din. Yeah. And I know that was completely intentional and wonderful. And now all of our listeners get to hear the phone in the background. So
it's perfect. It's talking about sound while having sound interruptions.
I think that's we couldn't have asked for better. So anyway, I'm sorry. I cut you off.
That's like on that certain on that specific detail that you talked about. I owe a lot of that my sound designer wanted to go a step further, and they tuned all of those sound effects. This is super, super nerdy, but like any audio.
You're in good
listening.
company. Yeah. Our podcast is filled with nerds. So
we wanted to make someone with absolute pitch essentially could understand that sounded like a C in that moment, and you can do a lot of things with audio tools to record the source material and then tune that to the way you wanted to. So we liked kind of having that extra layer to these. We call them these like little city symphonies. But when Eric and I were talking about the look of the film, we always referred to sound as this kind of the character. And it's, when you make a movie, you're really not getting to sound until later in the process. So we were always kind of leaving room for that character to appear. And ways we did that visually were, we talked a lot about negative space and having Peter or whoever he was talking to isolated in the frame, not using, over the shoulders or dirty frames, to just show also, he's a character who is fixing other people, but is his own way isolated and lonely. So that helps, isolate him quite, visually in the frame, and left room for us to create that, sonic atmosphere around him.
Yeah, there's some really wonderful use of color, and I think primarily in Peter's home, his bomb shelter, apartment. It seems to be, and almost with rare exception anywhere else sort of in the world that you've created, like a warm, safe place. Like this is his haven. And forgive me if I'm reading too much into this, but it's I feel like the rest of the world on the outside, his wardrobe design, he seems very like warm and earth tones and sort of in his space, but the world outside of him is a little bit harsher, a little bit cooler. It doesn't have the same sort of saturation a lot of the time. Is this just me, mentally masturbating here about your color palette, or was there some intention? Did you guys go down this path? Am I crazy?
No, oh gosh, yeah, no, I'm glad that's resonating and coming through. I mean, that was, I'm certainly someone who, when I write a script, I write a script that I'm going to direct, and even though you're not supposed to write long descriptions, the description of Peter's home, the former Cold War era fallout shelter, was very specific, and specifically about being cozy and having warm Persian rugs and lamps that make the space feel like a womb in a way. And it's, he's someone who lives there to be isolated because, the sound haunts him in a way. It's his biggest power is his flaw at the same time. And we really liked that irony and showing that contrast. And then the other thing, beyond New York being cold, I really wanted to photograph this movie. We shot in between March and April in New York. And so you're right kind of on the towing the line between the spring bloom that happens when a lot of movies shoot in New York is lush, kind of beautiful green Central Park, but I really wanted to show Central Park dead, essentially. And a big reference point was the Jonathan Glazer film Birth. Everyone loves how Harry Savita shot that, but it was something I was pulling up every day. It's like, how did they do this? And it's like, I think the biggest kind of presence in that movie in New York is the way, and hopefully we translate it a little bit in our movie, is when you see these trees in Central Park without leaves, they look like these big black veins up against the sky. So it has this kind of ominous presence in this, the city that but it helped kind of disguise and show that kind of that alternate New York that I was talking about earlier too, in a way.
You chose, and here we're going down into the geeky place a little bit here. Mm-hmm. You chose the Univisium aspect ratio of 2:1. So it's a lovely aspect ratio. I've talked about it many times on this podcast. How did that come to be?
Yeah, well, it's something I gave a lot of thought to. I think I've made a lot of short films in my small career, and it's I think I've become very comfortable shooting in 16:9, which is essentially 1.85, and I knew when I made my first feature that I wanted to go a little bit wider, but I think I realized early on that I was working so much out of my comfort zone and things I knew. I wanted to work with a lot of new collaborators on this movie. I set up a few kind of benchmark challenges for myself, and I knew that one of the things that I didn't want to sacrifice was working with such an unknown. As much as 2351 is one of, I think, the aspect ratio for motion pictures, and it's something I wasn't quite comfortable jumping into right away, knowing how much was on the line. But at the same time, I think the bigger pull for not going that wide was this kind of that naturalism I was trying to pull off. We looked at one film that I like to use at a reference point when we were kind of prepping the film was Being John Malkovich, and they shot not 2:1, but it was one thing that I think worked about that movie is you have a sci-fi movie essentially in a naturalistic environment, but I think what helps do that is it almost has like a documentary feel if you don't go into full scope. That suddenly creates such an artifice on the lens, and you're really in a movie that way. But what I liked about 2:1, it's kind of right in the middle, and I mean that's why it was essentially invented for that purpose. And I think it was striking when we were doing tests, and it just Eric, who I had met while we were getting ready for the movie, had just shot Hearts Beat Loud in as well and had really good experience. And I think that was kind of like what sealed the deal. It's like, let's go in and do this. You're very comfortable in that aspect ratio. It's so similar to what I've been doing, but it's like a baby step to get a little bit wider. But it became perfect for us also, to shoot. We had a lot of interiors in the movie, and it gives a little bit more width to, you can frame things a little bit more practically in small environments when you are that much wider.
I realize I derailed the question earlier, but how did you and Eric get connected? How did that come about?
I actually met him through one of my producers, Mike Brawl, who'd worked with him in the past, and I had seen a lot of Eric's work over the year. He's one of these guys in New York who's kind of done everything, and I don't think I could, specifically nail down a specific Eric Lin work, look, but I think that's what's great about him. He's very versatile. I think we first met and he had read the script, and I had really wanted to meet with him, and we were talking about Ozu all of a sudden, and I was like, okay, this guy, I think, kind of gets kind of the world that I want to build, and I know he's very serious and very detail oriented, and I think we just had like a shorthand right away in terms of movie references and what we wanted to do with this movie to make it really look special, and he became a great collaborator in the process.
Talk a little bit about, you've got a great cast. You've got Peter Sarsgaard and Rashida Jones, most notably as the leads in this project. How did your cast come to, how did it all come together?
Well, it all started with, I knew the key role was finding the house tuner, and Peter is someone I wanted to work with always. I mean, he's kind of a dream actor to me. I describe him as a chameleon of sorts. He can disappear into so many different roles. And I think the film that I seriously, as we were in the writing process, I saw Michael Amareda as Experimenter, where he plays a scientist of sorts, much different sort of scientist, much different sort of film, but it was a different sort of role than I had seen him in the past, and I think it piqued my interest in, okay, well, here's how he looks in a blazer, here's how he looks kind of like talking about science, and that kind of stuck in my head. And I also think Peter has one of the most unique voices in movies right now, and it's infectious, and I just love listening to his voice. So like knowing that I was making a movie about sound where I'm going to be hearing him a lot, that was a nice kind of leaping off point. But I was able to get him the script through, we had mutual connections at Anonymous Content, and I wrote him a long love letter of sorts, and I was amazed. He read the script probably within 48 hours of getting it to him, and we were sitting down for lunch the next week. I was admittedly, kind of intimidated to meet Peter, but I think one thing that I likened to right away was within 30 seconds, he is such a warm presence and inviting. It's much different from a lot of the kind of characters he gets cast in, which I think just speaks to his ability so much. And we talked about music, and he plays a lot of musical instruments and sound, his own interest in sound. And I knew right away that, like this was going to work. And we just hit it off, and he was attached to the movie about a year before we physically started making it. So he was a real champion to kind of make all the other pieces fall in line and attract more cast and get more people interested, which is great, and it's how you got to do it. And Rashida was next. She was on the top of the list that my casting director, Rory Bergman, got me. And I had never really seen Rashida at that point playing anything but comedy. She's obviously, I know her from her comedic talents, and which I think is her forte. And I did a deep dive into her work and realized that, there is a lot more to her, which I think is incredible. And, she's also a really talented writer and filmmaker in her own right. And when we met and talked, I could just tell right away she was going to be a great collaborator, and really became someone who helped evolve scenes on set in a really natural way, and jived really well with Peter. So that was really a great kind of pairing. And then I think next on my list was Austin Pendleton, who is one of my favorite character actors, and
he's really great.
Yeah, I love that guy. He had coincidentally, worked with Peter in the past. He's, in theater in New York, and it just, started building this family very slowly. And Tony Revolori came on, who I think everyone fell in love with in the Grand Budapest Hotel, and I just found him to be such a intelligent, thoughtful young actor who is just very serious. We talked a lot when we first met about the relationship between John Cazale and Gene Hackman in The Conversation, where they kind of, similarly work in this kind of sound lab, but, have a interesting dynamic. And I saw Tony as kind of a kindred spirit to the John Cazale character in a way, the role he plays in our film, and then you build and build.
It seems like a really wonderful and very cerebral cast that you have. You have all these really very talented, really fantastic people together, and you have them all rowing the boat in the same direction. And I have to give you a lot of credit for that as the director, because I spent decades working on sets and worked on a lot of productions, and it's not always the case. Even if you think you've got the perfect cast, sometimes you get people who kind of want to go off in left field and want to do their own thing. But you really had everyone. It felt like very unified going through it together. Everyone really felt, to me, the same tone. I gotta say that I want to talk about the score. The score, which ordinarily I think is more of an underlying note for dramas or comedies or anything else, and of course it can be so heavy-handed. It can really swell and really draw attention to itself when it's done poorly. Your score interacts with the rest of your sound design so well, and to me it like there's big chunks of the movie which is just, there's no dialogue, it's just sound and score, and it never feels that. It never feels heavy-handed. It always feels like it just blends so smoothly, and I'm sure that some of that is coming after the fact, after you have the visuals. But it to me, it's like it's a marriage. And I'm sorry, this is a giant gushy thing right here. So
flattery never is wrong.
But I'll tell you, it's like talk about how the score came around and working with your composer and the original music that goes with all this.
Yeah. Well, one thing, I was leaving score kind of I wanted that to come organically, and I was very mercurial, admittedly, in the process of kind of what direction I wanted to go with it. And I had the opportunity. I met Will Bates, who's our composer, also about a year before we made the movie, and we were talking about. He had done this score for Alex Gibney's doc, Going Clear, about Scientology, and had used the theremin as predominantly in that score. And
you got some theremin in yours too.
We actually have an instrument called the Oddness Martinat, which is theremin-like. It was invented around the same time and is inspired by, but this early kind of electronic instrument sound was interesting. It just felt kind of odd enough to fit our world and to fit Peter, as we're kind of looking, as much as the sound design is told from Peter's perspective, we wanted the score to be kind of this omnipresent narrator in a way, like the Greek choir kind of watching Peter, and it's kind of commenting as the audience would kind of on his methodology and his oddities. But one thing that happened during, in the middle of our edit, actually, when I was kind of pushing score off, is I got invited via the Sundance Institute out to this lab that they hold at Skywalker Ranch called the Film Music and Sound Lab, where they paired me with a composer fellow and also a sound designer at Skywalker to really kind of experiment at a place in the middle of our edit, which was such a luxury, to where I would be going later. And one thing that I learned from there and I wanted to emulate in our movie is being able to literally work with a composer in one room and then walk across the hallway and be working with a sound designer is, if you can design it that way, if you have that ability, can do so much. And I knew that when we got to that stage on this movie that I really wanted to blend those together as much as possible. And even though Will Bates was working on the West Coast and we were mixing at a place called Harbor in New York City, we were always in dialogue together. And my sound designers were really interested in tuning their all of the things they were doing to Will's music, and we were able to pass things back and forth and to really kind of emulate that process the way I wanted to, and I think speaks a lot to how that's coming across in the movie, is the pairing and the dance between these departments that usually work separately together, just because of the way that these things have to be made, but we tried to do that as much as possible, and was really I think crucial to have that come across. Speaking of sound, just because I like that people are listening to this with headphones, I just dug deep in. Not all these things are in the film, but we did a lot of research, Ben Neighbors and I, when we were obviously writing the movie, and you can go down so many rabbit holes of interesting sound phenomena and that sort of thing. And I like to think that in the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church banned certain notes from being played, something called like the Devil's Tritone, and I liked that 500 years ago we were already kind of like thinking about how our emotions essentially are reacting to sound, and then you look at NASA successfully measured what a black hole sounds like. I believe it registered as a B flat. That was really interesting to me. Also, bringing a practical sound onto this Western musical scale. And then, what does make it into the film which is a really intriguing subject matter for me, is at the turn of the century there was this commission that the Department of Health set up, the Noise Abatement Commission, to measure the city din. And they didn't have any success in solving that problem. It's only gotten worse. But I love that in New York we've constantly been thinking about how to solve the sound problem, but haven't made any progress. And then lastly, another kind of fun anecdote is the composer John Cage has this story that he used to tell, where he went into an anechoic chamber and this room that's supposed to be devoid of sound. And
yeah, I've been in there, and it is truly unsettling, because you start to hear like the sound of your own heartbeat and like the blood rushing through your veins, and
exactly.
all kinds of like weird sounds when you swallow you never heard before.
So and that's exactly his experience. He walked out and talked to the sound engineer, and he's like, I still heard noise, and that's what he heard. And so I like this theme that even in complete silence you can't escape yourself, and I think that's a running motif, certainly for our character in this movie.
Michael, thank you so much for being on the show. It's really been fantastic.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me again.
So that was Michael Tyberski, the director of The Sound of Silence. Maybe when that comes out, we can have the cinematographer on. Who's the cinematographer on? I didn't even ask you.
It's Eric Lynn, who has done a lot of fantastic work, and boy, he'd be great to have on the podcast. I'd love to get him.
Eric Lynn, if you're in the sound of our voice, call us.
That's right.
Call me. You up? All right, so the next film that we want to talk to you about is a movie called The Farewell. Tell me about The Farewell.
The Farewell is Alana Cody's pick. She actually does this interview. This is her interview debut. Yeah, I know. And
we're breaking up. Yeah,
we don't have to you don't have to do them all. I don't have to do them all. Now we have someone else who can do some.
Oh, so. Right. Well, I mean, she's probably conducted more interviews than both of us put together in her life, but yeah.
Easily. So The Farewell is by Lulu Wang, who, of course, is very famous for her work with This American Life.
Awesome.
And this movie stars Awkwafina, and it's about her family conspiring to hide her grandmother's terminal cancer diagnosis from her.
And this one got picked up at Sundance, right?
It did. A24 picked it up for American distribution. And
A24 really releases some very interesting films.
Yeah, it's they're a powerhouse. I'll tell you that they've come in and I think completely have rewritten the landscape of indie distribution. And it's I don't say that lightly, because they've done very controversial but very artistic and very artistically successful movies. A24, Annapurna, there's a few companies out there that are really killing it right now, but A24 is like, it's hard to find a miss amongst their stable.
You always wonder, like, when the Weinstein Company kind of got disappeared into their own vacuum of hateful awfulness.
Yeah.
Like who would be there? But like A24 has already been around for years.
That's right. And boy, they have not missed a beat. So without further ado, here is The Farewell.
I'm Alana Cody with the Cinematography Podcast, and I'm sitting down with Lulu Wang to talk to her about her new movie, The Farewell. So Lulu, if you could tell us a little bit about your movie, The Farewell.
Yeah, the film is about a Chinese-American woman who goes back to China to say goodbye to her grandmother, essentially because her grandmother has been diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and the doctor's given her 3 months to live. The only thing is that her grandmother doesn't know that she has this illness, and the family has decided not to tell her. And so they're all returning to China under the ruse of a wedding for Billy, the main character, for her cousin from Japan. And so they're using this wedding as a way to say goodbye to Nai, grandma, without making her suspicious.
The beginning of this story, The Farewell, I know that you first had it on This American Life. I personally am a huge fan, and I remember hearing it when it was on. So tell me how that then got developed into a larger thing with visuals.
Yeah, when the episode aired, I would say within 48 hours, Chris Weitz tweeted at me, and then we had lunch a couple days later, and Peter Seraf from Big Beach also emailed, and a number of other producers also reached out. And so I took a bunch of meetings, and ultimately knew that I wanted to work with people who were going to support my voice and allow me to tell the story the way I wanted to tell it, which meant also keeping the authenticity of the casting and the language. And so both Depth of Field and Big Beach are such strong supporters of independent filmmakers and keeping things in the director's vision, that it was clear to me that I would work with them. And throughout the entire process, they were just nothing but supportive of making sure that, I was able to do this film the way that I wanted to.
Great. And so did you always want to be a filmmaker and be prior to doing This American Life?
Oh, yes. Actually, I made my first feature in 2014. And it's called Posthumous. It stars Jack Houston and Britt Marling. We shot it in Berlin. It's out on Hulu right now still. Yeah, and so I've always wanted to be a filmmaker, and this situation actually happened to me. My grandmother getting ill and everything happened while I was editing my first feature in Berlin. And my first feature was this like screwball romantic comedy, because I love screwball setups and I love the comedy of like a screwball setup. And I started to realize, there's a lot of screwball situations in my real life, and or at least that's the way I see them. And so when this happened, I knew immediately that it should be a film, but I didn't want to compromise on my vision of how to make it, and that's why it took such a long time to find the right partners.
Right. So how long did it take from like when you first did the idea to the execution?
The first time I had the idea was in 2013, and I just had written a short story about this experience, and I did that because there were so many specific moments that felt that just I knew I had to get on paper before I forgot them. And because I was told time and time again that this story would be very difficult to get financed, and who was the market for it, and all of this stuff, I just never thought that I would ever get to make it as a film. So then I made a short film after my first feature to just, make something a little bit darker and go back to trying to say, okay, what is it? What else do I want to say? What is it? What is my voice as a filmmaker? What are the types of stories that I want to tell? And that short is called Touch, and it played at a bunch of film festivals, and a producer from This American Life came, and we, I think recorded the story in 2016. So it was probably less than 3 years, but then the movie got set up that same year at the end of 2016.
Oh, okay, great. That's good. So what was the difference from translating it as like a radio story to turning it into like a visual story? Because the visuals are it's shot very well, and it looks like you worked really closely with your DP. So if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, my cinematographer, Ana Franquesa Solano, she's from Barcelona, but she's lived in New York for many, many years. We worked very closely, and I had such a specific vision of how I wanted to shoot the film. I knew that I wanted the shots to be quite composed. I knew that there's a performative element to the situation with the family, right? They're performing their emotions. And so I wanted to have a staginess to the cinematography. And I searched for a really long time for the right DP. And Anna was non-union, and she kind of came across about like 2 weeks before I had to leave for China for prep. We still didn't have a DP. And I had interviewed all these other people, and then I saw her work and just immediately knew that she would be the right person. And I just begged and begged and begged her to come. And we had to work out union stuff and all of this. But yeah, we had a really close collaboration, because again, there's a naturalism in the characters and the dynamics of the family, but I wanted the cinematography, the framing, the composition to be a bit more stylized. And the juxtaposition of that, I think, is what allowed me to explore humor in the story that was not broad comedy. It wasn't a comedy where I had to say to the actor, hey, this is supposed to be funny, so be funny. Like, I allowed the actors to just be real and be in the moment, and they themselves don't know that they're in a comedy, which is often the case, I think, in real life. Like, when we're in a very dramatic situation, we just feel like it's a melodrama. And, and so the camera serves as this sort of objective camera that is able to look at these characters and look at the situation and present the humor.
Great. And so when you were selecting the locations, it looked like you were pretty specific to kind of make them seem humorous. Like, I'm thinking in the film, there's a scene where they're doing the wedding photography. And so how difficult was it to shoot in China, and how hard was it to find your specific locations for the mood that you were trying to invoke?
Yeah, I would say that the locations were, challenging, but not because of China. Actually, China made the scouting easy, the inspiration, I would say, for locations very easy, because those wedding studios exist all over China. That's like a very big industry, is wedding photography. And there's an absurdity to that, the over-the-topness of the wedding industry, definitely in America too, but in China, it's a much bigger thing because you have so much family, and you have to show like the demonstration of it. Again, the performative nature of these very personal, emotions or things is a big part of the Chinese culture. And so all of the locations were inspired by real locations, if not the real locations themselves. And so there's a mixture of real locations, like, for example, the cemetery is the cemetery where my grandfather's actually buried. The gravestone where we shot is my grandfather's gravestone, with his picture on it. And then with Nai Nai's apartment, we originally had thought about potentially shooting in Nai Nai's real apartment, but it became this whole big drama of like, okay, this lady has stage 4 lung cancer, doesn't know about the premise of the movie, and now you're gonna like move her out of her house to live in like a hotel or a condo and like bring a crew. Like, it just got to be too much. And the only reason we even considered it was because she kept insisting. And my DP, we went over there to make dumplings, and she's like, this is the best apartment we've ever seen out of all the places we scouted. It's got all these like layers, and so I was like, oh my God. And so my grandma insisted, and Anna was like, well, I love it, but I don't want to, cross any boundaries. And so I ultimately had to say, you know what, like, this is a great inspiration. Let's try to find something similar, which was very, very difficult for that location specifically, because apartments in that region of China are very, very small. And her apartment, Nai Nai's apartment, is a little bit bigger than the normal apartment because she was in the Communist Army. And so the housing they provided for her is slightly better than, middle class. It's also from a particular era. And so it meant we had to find that to get the right feeling. So that took quite some time.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And how did Awkwafina get involved?
Yeah, so as we were casting, I had done a bunch of auditions, and one of the producers at Big Beach had heard about Awkwafina and said, what about Awkwafina? And I was like, didn't she do that video, My Vag? And also, isn't she Korean? And so I was sort of like, I had known her as an influencer, as like, somebody who had these YouTube videos. And so it wasn't my first instinct to just cast her. And I looked up some of the comedy work that she'd done, and I'll admit I was skeptical. And then I started to research a little more, and found out that she was half Chinese. And she and I met up for coffee, and she told me that she was raised by her Chinese grandmother on her father's side. So the story was very personal to her. She had read the script and loved it, and just said that she had such a deep personal connection to it and really, really wanted to do it. So then she sent in an audition tape. And when I watched the audition tape, I was blown away. And it actually made me cry. And I knew right then that she was the one. And I knew that I could work with her on the language stuff, but the rawness of her emotions, it was so she had such access to it, and I could just feel that she had that access, that even without professional, acting training, or without having done any dramatic acting in the past, just knowing and being able to feel that she had that access to those emotions because of her own relationship with her grandmother made her such a valuable asset to the project.
Great. Now, so do you find it a little bit more freeing maybe to make it more of a fictionalized version of your real life story, or was it just different?
I think that the fictionalized version was actually more challenging than This American Life. I think there's a quote that's like, the only difference between fact and fiction is that fiction has to be credible. And when working on This American Life, we had fact checkers, and I had this team of journalists who were helping to guide me and doing the research and doing the interviews. And so it was a very smooth process. And with making a film, there's so many decisions to make in terms of like, how do I make this feel authentic and believable, and how far can I go? Like, okay, we're gonna use actors, but what kind of actors, and are they gonna feel real? And in terms of, everybody comes from different places in the world, and are their accents gonna feel real? Like Diana Lynn is not actually Chinese American, she's Chinese Australian, and so is that going to influence that? And I wanted the movie to be as authentic as possible in both languages, not even because I'm like targeting the Chinese audience or any that thing like that, but I just think for the overall texture of the film to try to stay as true as possible. So and then I cast my little Nai.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
My great aunt to play herself, and that was an idea I had from the beginning because I just love her. She's so charming, and also it was important for me to include her in the process because she was the one who instigated the lie. She's the one who had to shoulder the burden all of these years of taking care of her sister, my grandmother, because we all live abroad. She was the one who got the news alone in the doctor's office, and then had to decide, do I tell my sister? How do I tell the family? And I wanted to honor her perspective in the story. And so I just thought, if I have her in the movie somehow, it'll help maintain the authenticity. And so initially I thought, well, what if she plays Nai, her sister? And so I did put her on tape and quickly realized like she's not a very good quote unquote actor in that way, particularly when it's of her sister, because then she just starts laughing and she's like, oh, how does she do it? And she would just giggle and, almost like try to do an imitation. But so then kind of put aside the idea of casting her for a long time. But we were nearing the start of production. I still hadn't found either Nai or little Nai. And we were like scouring the parks every morning and just like looking for non-actors. And it's like, if we're going to cast a non-actor, let me just talk to little Nai again and see. And so this time I said, what if we just had her play herself? Like, what would that look like? And we spent 3 hours in a room, and the casting, one of our casting assistants was there with a camera, but I said, let's not even film this. Let me just talk. Let's just talk. So I just really talked to her and got her in that place where she was like putting herself back in that moment of getting that devastating news. And then, what did it feel like to walk down that hallway?
Right.
And then knowing that you have to lie to your sister. And so, we were in an apartment, and I had her walk from one end of the room to the other and back and back and back. And she walked and walked and walked, remembering. And then I was like, great, there, now. And then we did the scene. And it was just like, everybody was blown away. The producers who were there, we did film that, and I sent that to them, and they were just like, oh my God. And
yeah, she was really good.
Yeah.
I would not have known that until you said something about it, she was not an actor, that she was really your aunt.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
My favorite scene in the movie was the group family dinner at Nai's house after everyone finds out. So I was curious though, because that was kind of screwball, kind of, sad and funny at the same time. But so what was that a part of what really happened to you in your personal story?
It's hard for me to even remember now, like what specifically moments in the movie were totally real and what were, I think I knew that food is a big part. And so every scene revolves around a dinner table or breakfast table or whatever. So I was just trying to say, okay, well, what are all these, they're obviously going to eat a lot together, but each of these eating scenes has to mean something different, and what is the significance of each of these meals as opposed to, you know, people just talking. And so much of the movie is about the things that are not spoken. And so we shot that scene in a way also where everybody's at the table, but everybody's isolated. And, you know, so, you know, we have these over the shoulders. And so like everyone's alone in the frame, and everyone, you see the feelings, and they're saying one thing, but feeling something else. And yeah, I love that scene as well. Like I was very excited to start editing it, because I think crafting those moments of awkwardness and like being just like a little bit too long.
Yeah, that's what really made it work, definitely. I guess my final question really would be, now that your Nine has lived, like it was 6 years now past her prognosis, how does that make you feel? Do you think you've had sort of a change of heart about maybe that was a wise decision, that she doesn't know that she has cancer?
Yeah, it's hard not to believe that had played a role, like of the family not telling her played a role in her living much longer than the doctor diagnosed. But of course, I've talked to other people whose family did the same thing, and their loved one didn't live much longer. And so we don't have a time machine. We can't go back and say, if we made a different choice, how would that go? I don't know. I think it's a very complicated thing where I don't know if that had an effect, but I certainly don't want to test it. You know, and that's why that's why it's hard for me to know whether or not she should see the film. On one hand, if we buy this idea that joy is a kind of medicine, then there's nothing that I would love more than for her to see this film and see how much we've honored her. I think that would bring her a lot of joy. But at the same time, what if she sees it and is just devastated by the fact that we've lied to her all these years? And then what if something does happen where she's no longer with us, and will I feel the guilt that somehow maybe like her finding out through me and through this film is what caused it, even though she's 86, you know? And so there's the rational part of me that's like, no, it's not related, of course not. But if somebody woke up every day and believed that jumping up and down on their left foot while tapping their nose for 5 minutes is good luck, and they do it, and then there's some positive result, then you want to maintain that, right? Because you know the result sort of validated your belief. And I think that's kind of how everybody is, and everyone in my family sort of has different ideas too. Like, oh, the thing that I did helped her live longer. Like my uncle is like, oh yeah, those Japanese probiotics, we gotta keep buying them for her, and we're like, you know, they're so expensive. And he's like, but what if we don't buy them for her and then she dies? And
so it becomes sort of superstitious. Basically.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, I guess that's our time. So, Lulu's, where can people find you on social media or find out more about the movie?
I am on social media as Thumbalulu. And I think that's right. For right now, at least, that's the best place to sort of get the, you know, progress of the film. And I'm sure that, you know, as things develop towards the end of Sundance, there will be more information.
Thank you very much for being on the Cinematography Podcast.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so that was Alana Cody interviewing Lulu Wang. Thank you, Alana and Lulu, for doing that. So when you're at Sundance, I think maybe some people who have never been to Sundance think that it's just wall-to-wall movies and all you're doing is going to movies. But really, there's a whole lot more at Sundance than just movies.
Far from it. There's a lot of panels. Some of them are artistic. Some of them are contemplative. Some of them are movie-related, television-related, food-related. You never know which.
Food?
Yeah, there was a whole
Only
thing.
You would go to Sundance and find a food panel.
Oh, it was about. This is a couple of years ago, but they had a.
By the way,
thing all about,
listeners, I'm not. Illya just loves food, and it's kind of an ongoing thing between us because I am not a foodie, and he definitely is.
But this was specifically about like farms and gardening. There was a whole like documentary sort of thing. They did a thing about sustainable farming, and so that's what I say. Food. I mean, like food, agriculture. You never know. It's a mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get. And this year, there was a real great surprise. Jackie Chan popped in.
No way.
Yeah, he did. And Jackie Chan, legend, legendary actor, director, musician. I mean, he's released albums. I mean, Jackie Chan has done it all. It's pretty incredible.
I want to stop doing this now and just go listen to some Jackie Chan music.
Well, maybe we could play a clip of some Jackie Chan right now.
All right, here it is. Here's some Jackie Chan music.
I must be dreaming, you're too good to be true.
All right, and that's as much as we can use with fair use, but that's Jackie Chan, everybody.
That's right. So here it is. Jackie Chan came and did a panel, and he discussed a whole lot of different things. And one of the things that I think a lot of the audience was surprised to learn about him is that he does a lot of charitable work. He does, wasn't always this way. He wasn't always a man who liked to do charity. He didn't have a foundation, but he tells a story about how he got into doing this and what it was like to change his whole life around.
All right, so here's a bit of you recording a talk back with Jackie Chan. So it's not a direct interview.
It's not a direct interview. It's just Jackie Chan talking. Someone else is interviewing, and I'm just piggybacking off the whole thing.
So what's the first piece that we're going to hear from Jackie Chan here?
The first piece is talking about becoming a charitable individual and having a life change.
Well, and here is that clip.
I'm not that good. I'm just ordinary people, but you make me good. I'm a wild boy when I'm young. And yes, when I was 20, I'm already a millionaire. I'm talking about 40 years ago. One day, I get my salary is one movie. My salary less 500 US. When I was a child actor, was 25 cents a day. When I was a stunt guy, jump over, you risk my life, was 50 cents a day. When I'm becoming a super stunt guy, it's like less $10 US a day. When I'm becoming a star, less 500, a whole movie. Suddenly, overnight, $500,000 US. I just, why? Wow. Because at that time, the internet, we don't have internet, we don't have a telephone. My movie is so successful around the world, but not around the world at that time, probably in Asia. And in US, nobody know me. And the producer, movie company, nobody tell you how successful you are. I just keep picking up. Then suddenly some other company come, you give me 100, they give me 200, then suddenly I get $500,000 a movie. Wow. The guy like me, never education, like a stunt guy. As a stunt guy, everybody fighting on the street, fighting, gambling, drinking. I just follow the elderly. I was 16. Whenever they go, I go. They go to gambling, I go to gambling. They go to drink, I go to drink. They do bad things, I do bad things. They fight on the street, I fight. Nobody teaching me the right things. When you becoming doing charity, then you go to the mountain. You see the children, they don't have a water. Then I bought so many water. We don't have electricity. We don't have sildox. It's not easy, just step by step. Wow, you have to do so many things. Like I build a school. Building a school easy. Boom, I give them money. Then I do some auction. I remember the auction, my socks, $500,000. My t-shirt. In the stage, I almost naked until my underwear. The auction guy, the money, I keep my money, government some money, I built 27 school already. It's not just a school. When you're building a school, chair, table, computer, medicine, clothes, shoes. I have to buy a uniform. I call the factory, 100 uniform, 100 shoes. Then later on they call me the size. Then I have to check every school, Jackie Chan school. How many size? Okay, how many? Then later I call, where you send it? How I send? That's a big job. But today, I'm so happy. After 30 some years, the charity, I have so many people helping me. I have so many volunteers. All my friends around the world, even the friends in Europe, friends in America, they help me to do the things. Today is more easy. Yeah, that's a story.
All right, so what is the next clip that we have from Jackie Chan?
It was a real shock for him. He didn't really feel like his English was very good when he first came to the U.S. and started doing movies here. And he has a really funny experience the first time he started meeting celebrities, and he met a bunch of celebrities in one place. And here's that story.
All right.
They put me in the green room. I was in the green room. Then I was standing in the green room. Wow, I see so many big stars. Suddenly, there's a guy, boom, in front of me. Robert Williams, Jackie, big fan. I didn't even say anything. I know what he said. Okay, he walked away. He turned around, walked away. Then I just, wow, I have to translate Chinese. Oh, Robert Williams. As soon as I finished, boom, there's another guy. Cartier, Sidney Poitier. I just, wow, Sidney Poitier. Oh, Jackie, big fan of you. I just, okay. Then I said, wow, see, they are big stars, they don't care. Oh, they're probably American culture. I should learn that. Then I look at John Travolta. Then I said, should I go say John Travolta? I said, Travolta or John? How should I? No, probably John. Okay, then I walked. He was doing something, I said, John. Then he's standing up and said, big fan of you. I learned from Poitier. big fan of yours. He said, John talked a lot about you. I said, John talked a lot about me? I said, okay, you busy. So happy. Then he sit down. Oh, John Woo. That means John Woo. Then I turn around, I see Tom Hanks. I said, Tom, big fan. Then suddenly he say, oh, likewise. Okay. Then I turn. Well, then later on my manager come with Quincy Jones, something like that. Quincy Jones want to see you. I said, okay, brother. I say hello to Tom Hanks. Oh, you do? Wow, you're great. But he says something. When I say big fan, he say, I don't know what. Welcome, likewise. Yes, likewise. Oh, that means same. Okay. Then when I see Quincy Jones, oh, big fan, I said likewise.
All right. So what's our next Jackie Chan anecdote?
He received the Lifetime Achievement Oscar, and that's...
He's like, I'm not dead yet, motherfucker.
No, that's not it at all. But, he really didn't believe it when someone named Oscar... Well, first of all, he never believed that he could win an Oscar. He always felt like that's for the Kramer versus Kramers, and his type of movie is not that sort of thing. So here's Jackie explaining all about getting the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Me would never get an Oscar because my kind of movie, we are not like a Purple, we are not like a Kramer versus a Kramer, we are not like a Titanic. My kind of movie, if you know my movie, your father get killed, my father get killed, fight! Even a love story, I love you, you love me? No, not even kiss. You love me? Okay, I love you. Fight! How can you get an Oscar? We're not like a Kramer the movie, they come up from the tear, crying. No, you love me, I kill you, why you look at me? Fight! I don't like you, fight! Just fight! So, in my dream, well, I would never get an Oscar in my life. But when I go to Stallone house, I touch the Oscar. I just touch. And one day, well, 2 years ago, I was filming on the set. Then somebody said, Jackie have a call from Oscar. Huh? Oscar? Okay. I was filming, I was doing action sequence, and probably the connection over Jackie, there's a who's calling, and there's a secret, something. I said, okay, Oscar, okay. Even there's a secret, don't talk, something like, don't say it, we announced something Oscar. I said, probably I'm going to present Oscar again. Okay, why secret? Okay. Then after overnight, I get so many phone calls. Jackie, you get an Oscar. I said, what? I call my manager, what movie? What movie I get an Oscar? I said, what? The Dragon Play? No, never released yet. I said, Foreigner? No, not released yet. I said, what a movie? No, Life Achievement Award. I said, huh? I said, when I'm meeting with Stallone said, Jackie, congratulations, and you get, I said, no, you get an Oscar. He said, no, Jackie, it's different. I can get Oscar again. Life Achievement Award just once. Not many people can get it. I said, then I see the chairman of the Oscar. I said, why I get the Oscar? I want to know. Then even she said, strange. I realized, I've been working film, my film career, 58 years this year. All my life in the film industry. I stay who I am. I never give up. My dream always come true. Even I tell all the students, yes.
That's awesome. When I think of Jackie Chan, I think like the first thing I ever knew about Jackie Chan, I think one of the first movies of his I ever saw was a film, I want to say is the late 80s, maybe early 90s, called Rumble in the Bronx. And he does a stunt in that movie where he jumps from one building to another, and he does it with a broken leg. And they made like a sock that was painted to look like his pants so that he could wear it over a leg cast while he jumped from one building to the next. And I thought about it last year when Mission Impossible Fallout came out and Tom Cruise like broke his ankle jumping from one building to the other and kept making the movie. All right, and now we're going to turn the tables, and it is you, sir, who will interview me.
Yeah, so Ben, your favorite thing about Sundance was the only thing that you did.
The only reason I went to Sundance was strap in because it'll make you feel old. This year is the 20th anniversary of the Blair Witch Project premiering at the Sundance Film Festival. It was in 1999. That was the year I moved to Los Angeles. That was like 2 or 3 years before I met you, I think. And so they had a panel. They had a midnight screening that, if it wasn't sold out, it was really packed. It might have been sold out.
Everything sells out. I'm sure it was sold out.
And all of us who worked on the film were there. Unfortunately, none of the actors were there. Mike Williams and his wife were co-directing a play in New York City that opened, I believe, that night, and they couldn't make it. And Josh got snowed in London and wasn't able to, he had a flight booked and he wasn't able to be there. And I think Heather does not want to attend Blair Witch related events anymore. So she was not on the menu.
What about any other cast members?
Well, I mean, really,
those are the three that people think about. But
they're really, most of the movie is the three of them, and the rest of the people are sort of like, the townies they encounter or whatever. There's a few other, the woman who played Mary Brown, who's one of their longer interviewers, unfortunately passed away a few years ago, but she was probably in her 70s when we made the movie in 1997. So,
and John Maynard didn't make it out.
John Maynard is not in the Blair Witch Project.
Oh, that's right. He's in one of the things that you directed.
He's in the Burkittsville 7.
Burkittsville 7.
Which
pardon me.
That was a Showtime special that I made promoting the Blair Witch Project.
He was so good. I just imagined that he was actually in the movie.
John, one of my oldest friends, he'll be very flattered that you remembered him.
Of course I remembered him. John's the best. Ben, tell me about this panel. Tell me about your whole trip.
Because ordinarily, Alicia, my wife, and I would love to go to Sundance and spend a few days, and we've done that many times. We've probably been to Sundance 5 times, and the first time was in 1999 when the Blair Witch Project was picked up. We literally We had just arrived in LA the day that it was picked up, basically, but we didn't know that. And we were at, it's not there anymore, but there was I want to say it was a Carl's Jr. that was on Ventura Boulevard near Sepulveda Boulevard. We were there, and it was the day we had arrived in LA, and we're sitting there, and this hasn't happened since, but some dude was leaving, and he was like, "Hey, you want my newspaper?" And I was like, "Sure thing. Wow, Angelinos are friendly." They aren't. And I flipped over the paper, and it was like the style section or whatever, and it was a picture of my Blair Witch buddies. And it said, "Artisan catches a witch after midnight," or something was the headline. And it was a picture of the guys who I'd seen a week ago, right before we left Orlando, Florida, to drive to LA. And we literally had just driven across the country. I had been sick the whole way. We called up Neil Fredericks, who you knew, unfortunately, who passed away in 2004 on a set.
The director of photography of the Blair Witch.
Yeah, he was the DP on Blair Witch, and he was, a really, really close friend to both of us. And Alicia hadn't met him yet. He hopped into her car, and we drove 12 hours to Park City, Utah from Los Angeles, and kind of just caught the wave. And it was just pure excitement the whole time we were there. We had Blair Witch fleece hats that had the stick man on them, and people would offer me money for them on the streets, and it was like, "No, man, because I'm so cool. I came up with the stick man." and it was pretty badass. So then Blair Witch 2 comes out, rather humbling. We all have ups and downs in our careers over the course of time, and I think this is the first time that I can remember. I can't remember the last time that both the co-directors Eduardo Sanchez and Daniel Myrick, plus the producers Greg Hale, Robin Cowie, and Mike Manello, and myself were all in the same room together. Like, I've seen all of those guys, and we've all seen each other, but I don't know that we've all been in the same room to talk about the same thing since then. And there were people at the screening, and this really makes me feel old, who were not alive when the first one came out in 1999.
Was there anyone who was in the audience who said, "I actually saw it here at Sundance 20 years ago"?
Nobody. I'm sure that there were a few. No one said that to me. The guy who was who was hosting the screening on Sundance, like the guy who introduced the movie, I think he had seen it at Sundance 20 years earlier.
So Ben, who do we have to thank for recording this?
My friend Matt Blasi, he runs the Facebook page, like the official Blair Witch Project Facebook page. If you go there, he's the admin who will accept you. He runs a thing every year in Maryland called the Blair Witch Experience, where he takes people,
hardcore Blair Witch fans.
Yeah, and I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think he charges any money for this. He just does it every year, and he just takes people to all the real locations that we were at, whether they exist or not. Like the house at the end, that thing fell over in 2002. Nice. But he takes people to the giant vacant lot that used to be that house, and
so they can take some selfies and say I was there.
But he
hashtag Blair Witch, hashtag standing in the corner.
My favorite thing that he's done is in the movie, if you've seen the movie, early on they go to these townies around Burkittsville, and they interview them about the Blair Witch, and there were a bunch of plants, but Heather walked up to some woman who had like a 1-year-old baby who was on her shoulder, and the baby kept putting her hand over her mom's mouth while she was talking, and what she was saying had nothing to do with the Blair Witch legend. It was just some crap she saw on Discovery Channel or something, and somehow linked it to Blair Witch, and she comes across as very sincere and very real because she is a very real person. So Matt tracked them down.
Oh, wow.
The daughter, who was like 1 year old in 1997, obviously she's in her like mid-20s now, and now he's like friends with them. So Matt flew across the country from the East Coast to hang out with all of us. He'd met Ed a bunch of times because Ed lives in Maryland still, but he hadn't,
the director. Yes.
Yeah, the co-director of Blair Witch. But he hadn't. I'd spoken to him on the phone a bunch of times, but he hadn't really met a bunch of us in person. So we all got to hang out. I had lunch with him. It was a blast. And then he was literally in the third row filming the whole Q&A on his phone, and that's the video that's up.
So this first soundbite that we're going to hear, you talk about the expectations of the actors.
Well, what I'm talking about really is sort of the method. When people construct a found footage movie, I find that a lot of times they try and script it like a regular movie, and they try to control too many elements. And the thing that Ed and Dan did, the two co-writers, co-directors on Blair Witch, that to me to this day really stands out, is they created an environment in which the actors were basically making a real documentary. So here's me yakking about that. I kind of have have a thought that I think is important, is that Ed and Dan created a situation that was sort of like these actors were in a LARP, and they were filming themselves in the LARP, and then we were doing whatever we were doing, and they didn't know what was happening. So when I talk to people about it, a lot of times I'm like, it actually is a documentary. And like all documentaries, it's omitting one convenient thing, and in this case, it was that they knew it was us messing with them all along. And they're actors, and they're putting performance into it, and they're doing all their real work, but like, I think the authenticity from it comes from the fact that it does feel like a real documentary because they made it like you would make a real documentary.
Yeah, the way we did it was partly based on, I went through survival school in the Army, and by the end of survival school in the Army, you're kind of freaked out. So I'm like, let's just do that to the actors. So
What could go wrong?
So by the end, like, we weren't really letting them sleep that much, and we kind of fed them less and less. So we were just kind of fucked with their heads. By the end, they were a little broken.
I told that story to somebody the other day because they were asking me, and then they're like, well, weren't you concerned that you would hurt somebody? And I was like,
Yes.
What was the line you told them, Greg? It was like, your comfort. What was it you said?
We're concerned for your safety, but we're not concerned for your comfort.
So yeah, that was sort of the.
Which actors love to hear.
Yeah. But during the casting process, we sort of like, don't even apply.
Yeah.
Don't even come for an audition unless you're willing to, stick it out in the woods for 8 or 9 days, right? But then we still have people come in like fully dressed in like nightgowns and stuff. Like, did you not read the casting notice? So, but yeah, I guess that's what they call now the method approach.
So Ben, it looks like we have another soundbite of you talking about the number of people that were on set, and tell us about that.
Well, when we were making the film, honestly, a lot of times it was just Ed, Dan, Greg, maybe Neil, and myself. But depending on what the gag was, depending on what we were doing in the woods to the actors, we might increase the number of people. So like when their tent gets shaken and they get chased out, there were like 15 of us because there were so many things working in that scene. Like you don't realize it, I don't think, but there's a lot going on. And so here's a clip of me explaining that to someone who was asking how many crew we had, and dropping as many F-bombs as I'm capable of doing because, hey, I'm standing on a stage at Sundance. How often do I get to do that? I might as well offend some people. In terms of like on set when they were shooting, it was just the actors, and then when they were getting fucked with, it was us fucking with them. So if it took 20 of us to fuck with them, then 20 of us were out there fucking with them.
Sometimes I think a lot of people have fucked with them.
Yeah. We had the fuck crew, and then we had a normal.
Oh, my virgin ears! I can't believe that I talked like that.
You're filthy.
You kiss your mother with that tongue.
Filthy.
Anyway.
So Ben, we have one last clip from the Q&A, and it's about the scariest part of being out in the woods.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, because we really did it in the woods. I mean, like we're really in the woods, and the woods are friggin' creepy at night. But yeah, I'll go into more detail here in my clip where I discuss spooky Maryland woods in Seneca State Park. So to me, one of the scariest nights was the first time we messed with them in their tent, and their tent was in this like very, very dense pine forest, and even if the moon was out, it was like black as ink. You could not see your hand in front of your face. So following Greg's directions, we would all wear camouflage, and we had like little headlamps, and we'd walk out into the woods, and we'd put red gel on our headlamps, and then when we got closer, we'd turn them off. And that particular night, I think I was in front, and we knew where the tent was because we told them where to put it, but I didn't realize where it was till it was like right here. Like I could touch it, and it was like, oh shit, they're gonna hear us. And then, it's hard to explain what happened that first night.
They were really aggressive.
Yeah, they went pretty hot.
Yeah, like our directions were kind of like, I think just stay around just point the camera out, but it's us, so don't chase us.
Yeah.
You're gonna see it.
Yeah, we didn't want to be seen in the shot.
But for some reason, Heather was like, "Let's go!" and she chased me down this hill, and I was like, "Oh, I'm an idiot." This footage.
Ben, that sounds like that was an awesome Q&A.
It was amazing, and it was completely worth me leaving my wife and at the time 8-month-old baby for a couple, well, basically
22 hours. Yeah,
like I was barely gone at all.
All right,
They didn't even notice. They were asleep the whole time.
Well, Ben, I think that just about wraps us up for our first ever 2019 Sundance special, 1 of 4. So the others now are going to be following hot on the heels, where we talk about similar stuff but different stuff. And so if you like this one at all, definitely come back. If you didn't like this one, well, it's going to be more of the same, but maybe it'll be even better.
That you drive a hard bargain. Please come check out the next one. And as always, we wanted to thank Alana Cody for her amazing producing and also interviewing skills.
Thank you, Kay Zalatrachi, for the fantastic music, and thank you, Ben Katz.
Your editing is awesome. And so come back if you can and hear part 2 of our Sundance 2019 wrap-up specials.
This has been the Cinematography Podcast, presented by Hot Rod Cameras. Find your next camera, lens, or accessory on the web at hotrodcameras.com. Don't forget to subscribe to our show on iTunes and connect with us on Facebook and Twitter. Thanks for listening. The following podcast contains explicit language. You're listening to the Cinematography Podcast, presented by Hot Rod Cameras, a program about the art, craft, and philosophy of the moving image and the people who make it happen. Coming to you from the world headquarters of Hot Rod Cameras in Hollywood, California, are your hosts, Ben Rock and Ilya Friedman.
Welcome to episode number 2 of our 4-part Sundance 2019 special wrap-ups.
We're calling this one Coming of Age. That's the code name, Coming of Age. It's all in code. Maybe if you read between the lines, you'll understand why we called it Coming of Age.
I don't think anyone's going to have to read between the lines. At film festivals, coming-of-age movies are incredibly popular. That's like usually half of the festival, it seems like.
So I take it then that you saw lots of coming-of-age movies at Sundance 2019.
We did. And the first one that I want to talk about, and we've got some clips from the Q&A, is called Blinded by the Light, and it's directed by Gurinder Chahata. And fans of Gurinder's probably remember the movie Bend It Like Beckham. Which
I certainly remember that one.
Huge hit. This film was one of the biggest acquisitions out of the festival. Warner Brothers' New Line banner acquired the film in a $15+ million deal.
Wow. I mean, and I wonder how, they probably don't publish this stuff, but I wonder what the budget was. I wonder how much profit that puts them into.
I don't know, but they had to have permission from Bruce Springsteen. This really is the Bruce Springsteen movie. I heard people leaving the theater calling it Bend It Like Springsteen. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, it's basically Bruce Springsteen music from beginning to end, and they had to go through a whole process of getting the rights to the music, and they had to get Bruce Springsteen.
Hence the title. I get it now. Okay, Blinded by the Light. That was a Springsteen composition, although I forget the band that did the big hit version.
Yeah, there was a band that did the big hit version, but of course Bruce Springsteen wrote the song.
And he recorded the original version of it. There is a Springsteen version of it.
There is, back in '73.
Yes. So what you're saying is that New Line basically just gave Bruce Springsteen $15 million.
No, not at all. I don't think all that money is going to Bruce.
All
I think
of it went to Bruce Springsteen?
I don't think so.
If you know Bruce Springsteen, drinks are on him this week. Thanks, New Line Cinema.
But here's what I can tell you about the movie, though. The movie is great, and it is going to be seen by a wide audience because of this acquisition deal, and everybody should see it. It is a feel-good movie. It is a coming-of-age movie. It tells the story of a young Pakistani boy growing up in London right when Bruce Springsteen was probably at the height of his popularity.
Oh, cool.
And falling in love with the music, and basically his whole sort of life story is set to the backdrop of Bruce Springsteen music. And then, of course, you find out it's a true story.
Whoa.
I know, yeah. So it's based on true characters. It's based on actual events. And it's a fantastic story from beginning to end.
And who is the DP, if I may ask?
The cinematographer is a guy named Ben Smithard.
Ben Smithard. What else has Ben Smithard shot that we would know?
Looks like he shot Downton Abbey.
Oh, that little thing.
Yeah. He also shot a TV movie called King Lear. And
that was made for Amazon, right?
It does look like it was made for Amazon.
With Anthony Hopkins, right?
Anthony Hopkins, that's right. Jim Broadbent.
So this guy's got some chops.
He definitely does. And it's a great looking movie.
Here's the Q&A with Gurinder Chahata.
I know how to make this into a film, but we can only make it Bruce was coming to London for the premiere of his movie The Promise, and I was invited to the premiere, and Safraz, I took Safraz as my +1, and we both stood on the red carpet as he was coming. I stood at one side of it, Safraz stood on the other side, and we both had our cameras like that, so that when Bruce walked past, we both like this. So we'd be in the same frame as Bruce. And we were standing there like this, right, and he's coming, and we're going, oh my God, he's coming, is your camera on? Yeah, my camera is, you're on, yes, it's on, it's on. He's coming. But I grabbed that moment and said, we want to make a film of the book, will you help us? I made better, I make it, but I know your kids liked it. No. Like, really cool, you know. And then he kind of looked at both of us like this. He was like, you know, he has that amazing mouth and the bite. Like that. And he looked at us and went, sounds good. Talk to John. And really, through their support, we were able to talk to Bruce about it being a reality. And then we started working on the script, Safraz and I, and we knew that we didn't have to please financiers or anybody for this. The only person we had to please was Bruce. So we sat down and wrote a screenplay for Bruce Springsteen. And the message came back and he said, I'm all good with this. And then he said, let me do it. And he gave us carte blanche on his wonderful music, and that's how we made the film. And when the film was not completely finished, but almost finished, I had to go to New York to show it to Bruce. Because obviously I couldn't put it out there until he'd seen it, and I needed to know if he needed to make any changes, or, you know, I just had to show it to him. And we haven't had any contact really since he approved the script. And we said, does he want to know what we're doing? But, you know, Tracy said no, he says just get on with it. And so the time came a few years later from the okay of the script to actually showing him the film. And it was on Broadway, of course, and so on one of his days off, we had a little screening in a private room, and I was extremely nervous, as you can imagine, and he's coming with all his team, so managers and some of his dear friends and colleagues of many, many years. They were all sitting in a room waiting for Bruce to arrive, and John Lander looked at me and said, what are you going to do if he doesn't like the film? And I said, well, every decision I've made is thinking what he might think. So, but then Bruce came in and very quietly sat down and said, okay, so what would you do at that point, right? So I'm like, okay. So I was fumbling around, put the thing on, the machine on, checked it a million times to make sure it was working, and then I went and sat right at the back, and he sat right at the front, and the film started, and I was like, I just couldn't sit at the back. I had to see what he was thinking, and so I moved to the front as well, and then I sat a row behind him, and I could just see the sides of his eyes, his sort of, you know, wrinkles here. And so I could see when he was smiling, and there were certain places where he really laughed a lot. And then at the end, it finished, and of course everyone was waiting for his reaction before they said anything, including me. And then I sort of went up to the front and put the lights on, and he kind of looked at me, and he got up and he walked over, and he gave me a big hug and a kiss. And he said, thank you for looking after me so beautifully.
So that was Gurinder Chahada, and we have one more clip, right?
We do, from the writer Sarfraz Manzoor, and here it is.
One of the reasons I was quite interested in wanting to make this film was because I thought the idea of a 16-year-old kid who is Pakistani, Muslim in Britain, absolutely in love with America, and in love with the most American icon there is. I don't know whether a 16-year-old in 2019 of my background would feel that way about America now. And I just thought that one of the things I love about Springsteen is I think he kind of embodies the best of American values. And I just thought that if more people could live by the words of Bruce Springsteen, that would be a way of making America great again.
Tell me about another movie that you saw there called Brittany Runs a Marathon.
Brittany Runs a Marathon is great. It is a comedy. It stars Illya and Ben, probably best known for Workaholics. She was on that show for many years. The movie is also based on a true story and was acquired by Amazon for $14 million. So it is going to be seen, I'm sure, on Amazon Prime. I'm sure it's going to have a wide release. It'll be easy for people to see, and it's well worth watching. It follows the story of a former roommate of the director who did, in fact, run a marathon. And at the world premiere there at Sundance, they actually brought up the entire cast, the producers. Tobey Maguire, one of the producers of this movie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he
Tobey
was there.
Maguire, best known from Seabiscuit. Go on.
Or Spider-Man. Or
I think people mostly know him from
Pleasantville.
Seabiscuit.
Okay, so along with the real Britney, who the movie is based on, so which is a lot of fun.
And who is the DP on this?
It's a guy named Seamus Tierney. He's done a lot of. He's been around for a long time. His first credits start around 2000, so that's like 20 years of working about now. And he's got, it looks like, a bunch of new things coming up. But he looks like he's known for television. He did some Cold Case File episodes and a segment of VHS2 and a few other things here. So yeah, you might know us. I know you know the VHS people. So.
I know some of them. Yeah.
So yeah, we have a little bit of the Q&A with Jillian and with Paul Downs Colazio, and here it is.
Dramatic, but it's sort of true, and that's what I like the most about the character is when I read it, I could relate to her so much. I definitely like to be silly and do comedies, but there is some truth in that, in using comedy to hide pain in your life, and as someone who does comedy, I can say that's pretty true.
We started with Brittany, my friend Brittany. We started with her heart and her soul, and we deviated from it as we sort of built the spine of the story so we could keep the victory and the triumph and the emotionality of her story intact while allowing it to be an arc that an audience could go on. And then after that, it was really about building the movie and all the people around what she needed, what she would fight against, what she didn't know, that people who would have revelations that she could discover over time. And then, honestly, we developed the script for a long time of material, and that was lovely. And when these actors came, they were comedians who were ready to be beating hearts in front of a camera, and they were all instantly accessible. And that is what did it in the end.
All right, so wrapping up our coming of age from the movies you saw, I'm sure that there are bazillions of coming of age movies, but the last one that you wanted to highlight was a movie called Big Time Adolescence, which I think we can all relate to.
Yeah, except oh yes, we can all relate to that title, but I didn't see it, and here's the randomness. But we do have a fantastic interview. I did an interview with the director. His name's Jason Orley, as well as the DP Andrew Hoopshire. And I really wanted to have this.
And Andrew Hoopshire is actually a client of yours.
That's right.
Andrew is at Hot Rod Cameras.
Yeah, here at Hot Rod Cameras, Andrew is actually a client of ours. And so I really wanted to do this, and I really wanted to actually see the movie, but there was no way to make it possible. So I've still been trying to see the movie between then and now, and still not been able to do it. So.
Maybe we'll get.
Maybe after this goes live.
Yeah, maybe we can get Andrew Hoopshire to come on here.
I would love to have Andrew here. That would be fantastic.
I mean, he's already here.
He's already here.
He's buying cameras. He's buying lenses. He's buying millions of dollars worth of gear and maybe a T-shirt.
Yeah, maybe he'll get a free T-shirt. Yeah,
all right,
for sure. Okay. Well, anyway, here it is, the interview I did with Jason and Andrew.
The Cinematography Podcast Interview.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for being on the show. With me today is Andrew and Jason.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Hey, this is something that doesn't usually happen. I have not seen this movie. Please.
What?
I know. It's just one of those things at Sundance. Sometimes it is impossible to get in to see everything that you would really like to see. And I've heard really good things, but please tell me about your movie.
Sure. Big Time Adolescence it's a coming of age story, but it's really about, coming of age at many different ages. There's 16, 19, 24, and even adults are all still kind of figuring their lives out. And at its core, more specifically, it's about a 16-year-old boy who grows up idolizing his older sister's boyfriend, kind of a charismatic fuck up. Can I swear on this? All right. And idolizing him, and they soon grow to be best friends. And it's really about this young boy's journey to realize that just because this guy's a few years older than him, he doesn't necessarily know what he's talking about. And I think that that's a journey that a lot of people go through when they're younger, and older people seem so mature, and then you have this moment where you realize that you may know more than them, or you are eventually going to pass them in life. And that's really about different characters kind of passing each other by at different ages.
I've been hearing really good buzz about this, and you have a fantastic cast. Tell me about the cast of this project.
Yeah, we got very lucky. The cast is fantastic, and it's led by Pete Davidson and Griffin Gluck, who play that core relationship, but it's really rounded out by a lot of amazing women: Emily Arlick, Sydney Sweeney, and Una Lawrence, and Pete was able to bring a lot of his friends to come play along. Colson Baker, also known as Machine Gun Kelly, has a very memorable role, as does stand-up comedian Jordan Rock, and Thomas Barbuska, who is also awesome, and finally John Cryer, who this movie was always going to be a nod to high school movies that I loved, and I wrote him a letter and begged him to do this, and he was kind enough to come and play with us. So yeah.
That's fantastic. So I've got a director DP duo sitting right in front of me right now. Tell me about your working relationship. What's it like when you started visualizing this movie?
Well, before Andrew starts, because I'll let him take over once we start talking about the visual stuff, I just have to say that as a first-time director, when you're telling people you're going to direct your first movie, you expect people to say, like, oh, are you sure you can do that? Do you know what you're doing? And for me, everyone said the same thing, which was, you got a good DP? You need a good DP, or you're screwed. And it was almost like, if you have a good DP, you'll be fine. It was like, don't worry. And that's how I felt. I felt like, we really were co-directors making this. He was teaching me as we went. I knew the story really well, but I didn't know how to bring that to life visually. And Andrew did that. We designed the look of this film, and it was a really special relationship for me. We drove home from set together every night and kind of talked about the day's work. And that was really and after a long, insane day, which we had many of, that was something I really looked forward to.
That was really our therapy session.
Yeah.
At the end of each day.
Yeah.
For me, I fell in love with the script the moment I read it. And, I'd been reading other comedies and kind of high school movies, and this one really stood out as just being just very genuine and authentic. And I knew I wanted to, be involved with it. I took a meeting with Jason. I think I was the first DP that he interviewed, and just kind of we were on the same page from the start. I brought in some reference materials, and we looked at kind of a range of movies, but some of them that were standout references for us were Election, Lady Bird, certainly referencing John Hughes movies, and it has qualities of that. Yeah, we also had a lot of visual references, like we pulled from.
There's a lot of Gus Van. We talked a lot of Gus Van Sant as well.
Yeah, Gus Van Sant. Harris Savaitis was definitely an influence and has been in my work, and he kind of brings brought an approach to his work that was more about working in spaces, and that actors would kind of move within, as opposed to lighting faces and really doing traditional setups, and that kind of rung true in this, because we didn't want to make like a bright kind of cheery.
No, we use the word dirty a lot.
Yeah.
We definitely when you think of a high school movie, you think of these like bright saturated colors, really whites and hallways and beautiful faces, and we really wanted to do something that was extremely natural, extremely dirty. As far we watched muddy was another word we used, kind of
distressed, muted.
Andrew got to say we stepped on. I was like, let's just step on it more.
It's like a photograph that's been in your wallet for a while that fell out, and someone kind of mashed around, and maybe it ended up being baked in an oven.
This probably occurred to me later, but John Hughes behind a layer of weed smoke is something I've been seeing.
I love that.
Yeah, and that's kind of what this feels like to us.
And really, for me, high school was, and this is what resonated. High school was like an awkward experience. Growing up gay in the Midwest, it was not like a comfortable, pleasant experience. You know, I'm in the closet, I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and like no interactions are really, you know, I never really felt cool. I wasn't one of the cool kids. And so I think I identified, you know, with Mo in that sense, but I never like met the cool crowd. I never got to sort of see what happens when, you know, to those kids like that are hanging out with the older kids. I was sort of like the drama geek. You know, had my own cable access TV show. So in a way, this was kind of fun to sort of explore, oh, so this is what's going on. And I think that's part of the, you know, the theme of the movie is that there really wasn't much going on that was of value.
Well, what we talked about a lot was, you know, even though people had different versions of this, like it might not have been the kind of like dark, sketchy Pete Davidson, everyone had some kind of like that world that they like escaped to, that like raised them, that was outside of their family, where they felt like, you know, welcome. And
it was a bubble because like, you know, this is all you knew, and so you kind of idolized people within this, and then, you know, you start to gain some perspective and see what's past high school.
If someone is listening to this right now and would like to learn more about the movie, do you guys have a Facebook page or a Twitter or an Instagram or anything like that?
That's a great question. I have no idea.
Okay.
It's smart. It's not smart. We should tell whoever's in charge of that. We need it. No. Hopefully we're just gonna have a movie and you can watch that. And hopefully that will be out, you know, soon enough.
Well, tell me about the producers of this project. You know, you can't make a movie alone. You have to have a great team. Tell me about the producers who came in to help realize this vision.
Sure. The movie was made. It's actually kind of a cool, interesting way in which the film got made. It's this company called American High. They had bought a defunct, rundown high school in Syracuse, New York.
Oh my God! You guys got to shoot in a real high school.
We had to shoot in we shot in a real high school,
that's amazing.
And they were seeking out content, original, unique high school stories to shoot in this school. And they had found my script, which was on the blacklist several years ago, that I had kind of like made my piece that it probably wouldn't get made because it had taken so long. And
it's a real mark of honor, though, to be included on that list. So I'm glad that that list resulted in you getting this made.
It did, and they found it through that, and then they brought me on and said, we want to shoot this, and we'll let you direct it. And because we were shooting in Syracuse, and that's, you know, it's not a film town yet. They're trying to make it one, and there's these tax credits, and I'm not going to get into the weeds there. But it was really important to me that I got to choose my DP, my production designer, the department heads that were really going to, and have people that were extremely experienced that could pick up with what I didn't know. And so they were open to that from the start. And that was like my first, like, listen, if I'm going to come here and make this movie with you guys, it's not going to, I'm going to have to come with my crew.
Yeah, you need your people.
I need my people.
You need the people who are going to support you.
Yeah, and then I had to go out and find them because I didn't actually have them yet. And I found Andrew right away, and it was,
how did you guys connect originally? How did you guys meet?
Just a standard Hollywood way of an agent sending Andrew the script and us having a coffee meeting. But he was the first DP that I met.
Wow, you hired the first DP you met. You said, I don't need to see anyone else.
I just to do my diligence. I met a few after, but I was never, you know, I knew from the start that was who was going to be my DP. And it was funny because like I would have some meeting and then go home and I'd have some email from Andrew because we'd been emailing from after our first meeting pretty much up until we began shooting, even like before I was able to officially offer him the job. So it was like I would have some meeting, it would go okay, and then I would go check my phone and I had some great long email from Andrew with like more references, and I was like so inspired, and I was like, you know, it felt right always.
I couldn't not reach out to him because I kept, after our first meeting, my mind kept, you know, bubbling with other references and films and just, oh, here's how we should shoot this scene and this scene, and I knew it was just going to be helpful, so I wanted to just keep adding to that. And that just, honestly, the line was blurred between just the initial meeting and prep because we just kept talking about the film, and then we all flew out together with the production designer and set decorator, and it had a really unique bond that I think all of us in the design team, and we're just on the same page from the start. So we had a month of prep, which for Jason as well.
That's quick.
Yeah,
it's really quick. Yeah.
And a lot of locations.
And it was a quick learning. Like I'd walk into a location, and like I said, like these were my partners, like equals. My production designer, Catherine Eder, and Andrew. We would walk into a location, like a house, and I would say, I love this. And Catherine say, that wallpaper is terrible. And Andrew goes, the ceilings are too low. Where am I gonna hang my lights? I'm like, all right, I hate it. Let's go next. You know, like I was like, you tell me. You know, but like it was like very quickly they were like, you don't love this.
Yeah, we did. You know, we tested different lenses and things, and we all kind of
really
agreed on what the approach was going to be. So by the time we were on set, we kind of had our working model of how the machine was going to come together, and then we could just focus on, you know, making the days.
And I'd love at some point to talk about the photo boarding aspect, which like...
Why don't we talk about it now?
Yeah. I hadn't really used Artemis much before, but I had been using some other versions and still photos, but, you know, kind of fell in love with Artemis on this project, which is, if you're not familiar, it's an app for the iPhone, probably Android, where you basically can replicate different lens sizes. So you can kind of pre-visualize what your frame will look like, and you can punch in different variables of cameras and all the various, you know, specifications.
One of the creators of that app, Nick Sadler, listens to the show too.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
well,
thanks, man.
Good. Yeah, you just gave him a good plug too. So
great app.
Total props to that, because
we used it.
And so we walked through every location and talked about every beat in the script and where we wanted to put the cameras and what it was going to look like, and then took that in combination with Shot Designer, another app that became very useful.
I don't know the people behind Shot Designer, but my co-host Ben Rock loves that program and touts it all the time.
Yeah.
So,
Shot Designer, the overhead shot?
Yes.
That was, yeah.
Thank you, Shot Designer. Oh my God, thank you, Shot Designer.
It was so helpful. So we would take all of these, and you can actually take the stills from, in this case, Artemis, and put them into Shot Designer. And so you have this blueprint. You can, and I made PDFs and printouts for the crew, so everybody could see where the cameras were going to be, but also from sort of an editorial standpoint, you kind of can see what your movie's going to look like and what the shots are going to be. But when I think about the process, I always think of Jason's face, because he stood in for Mo in every scene, and another production assistant.
But it's amazing, because I was really concerned going into this. I hadn't storyboarded this, and I wanted to, and I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to get the chance to storyboard. And Andrew had pitched me this idea of photo boarding, which I never heard of, which was go 2 weeks early. Once, if we can get our locations locked down really quickly, take stand-ins back to those locations and work out the scenes, just the two of us, so we don't have the pressure of an entire crew breathing down our necks and actors ready to go. And that was it was such a great experience for me, because then when we got to set, we had these shots. We knew we had them lined up. I could bring my actors in. I could tell them, it wasn't like I'm seeing a set for the first time and how are we going to do this? And so after we even did rehearsal, and normally on a film set, you do a rehearsal and then you release the actors to go get their hair and makeup done, and then you stay with your DP and you're like, okay, how the hell are we going to shoot this? Like, how many shots are we going to need? How many setups? We didn't need that. I was able to actually go with my actors and rehearse, because we didn't have time to rehearse. It's an indie movie. There's no time for anything. I was able to go follow them back to the hair and makeup trailer and rehearse the scene, while Andrew had his marching orders. We had figured him out a month earlier, and so he just started getting to work setting up the shot with his crew, and it was just
a way to get everybody on the same page without having to explain it in detail after every rehearsal.
Yeah.
And it helped all of the departments, lighting, design, I mean, even sound. Like, it just, if anybody had a question, I would just show them the document, and I would say like 90% of the time we mostly stuck to it.
Yeah, if you look back at our photo boards, it's amazing, and it is true. It's just me, just like doing all the characters running around. Yeah. If you look back at that, and then on the scenes that we did not photo board, like you felt that difference. Like, we realized, like, okay, here was one sequence that we didn't have a chance to photo board. We didn't have the location, and it was like. It
didn't always work. I mean, some scenes, like anything, you have to be open to improv,
flexible.
And the actors will come in and say, I don't want to do that, or they want to, try something else.
Another thing that I would like to speak to when we're talking about improv, something that we talked a lot about was, like, in the normal kind of comedy idea of, like, an actor locked off doing, like, you see that a lot, like, in more mainstream comedies, that you feel like, okay, this was like a single medium shot, probably cross-covered, or, I know that a lot of DPs call it a hammock shot.
I don't think that's ever been used before to describe it, actually.
The hammock.
Yeah.
It looks like a hammock,
so,
two cameras
He's making it a thing right now. Everyone's going to call it the hammock.
It's been a thing in Syracuse.
So hammock shot.
The hammock shot, the cross, the two cameras
over the shoulder,
which I know that Andrew was really, we both were adamant against not doing, because we want these shots to be unique and original. And
I think every DP, has a pure side that wishes every show was single camera, and that you could just kind of set for one frame and light for one direction, and using two cameras, I generally try and keep them on the same angle, but But on a film like this, you're not going to get the same performances twice, and when you need both sides, sometimes you have to go in that direction.
But it was interesting because we really, both of us, wanted to avoid using that as much as possible. It made it harder for my script supervisor because she had to remember all the improv because we were not going to,
But I think you feel it in those scenes.
Yeah.
I think you actually can feel the connection a little stronger where we did do that.
Mm-hmm.
It does allow for spontaneity.
Yeah.
I know that there are some directors who love to work that way, who think it's the only way, especially when you're shooting with a lot of improv. How much of the script would you say is improvised, and how much sticks to the page?
I would say that it's like, in any given scene, there was some line or idea or thought, but I made sure that everything I wrote was said the way that and the actors did a great job of doing the scenes and then also playing around with them. And I would even offer like once I felt we had the scene the way that I had scripted it, and offer a chance to like just play around. And even on those takes, it was funny where you'd expect they would start improvising. They just did the scenes as they were scripted, but they were just a lot looser. They just like felt a little more comfortable because they knew we had it. And so little things, affectations that get big laughs, like it's always the small jokes that get the big laughs, like a look or it's not the big punchline. I found, and so those were obviously, you can't write that. You can't write just like Pete flashing some look or Griffin like stumbling. That kind of like texture was, I think, what makes the film great.
Andrew, tell me about like a typical day working on set with Jason and the crew. Would you say that this is similar to other movies that you've worked on before? I'd ask Jason this, but I know this is your first time feature filmmaker. So,
yes, I have no answer to that.
So tell me what it's like working with Jason.
I mean, it's great, and I think we did, because I had so much time with Jason in prep. It really shortened kind of our need to have a lot of conversations on the day. So a typical day, we'd show up at set, we'd do our blocking rehearsal. Actors would go away. Jason and I would recap, and we would live and die by this document of what our shots were. Yeah.
Do you have any of these photo boards left? Do you think you could send us one? We could put it on the website to help promote your episode.
I'll send it to you.
Andrew can definitely do that. Yeah.
After this.
That would be cool. So instead of storyboards,
you
photo
you could see a side-by-side photo board shot for a few. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
I think it would be awesome. If we could get a still that could match, I'd love that.
Yeah.
And I could arrange that.
No, I think it'd be wonderful for our
you could see
listeners.
me playing the actors and then the actors doing it, and it looks a lot better with the actors.
But no, I mean, it's every film is different in the dynamics, but we were all working hard, working fast. It's a low budget film. We had to, we had location moves and things, but we were up and rolling pretty quickly most of the time, and then it just became, a lot of times it was fluid. The actors would try something else, we'd make our adjustments, and it would morph into its own thing.
How many days were you on location? I know you had a lot of locations, but how many days?
Almost all of them. I think it was a 26-day shoot.
Yeah, I mean, what would be considered not location? The stage?
2 days on a stage.
2 days on a stage.
Yeah, we built a basement set that served as a location for several parties. And the main reason was there were really low ceilings, and we knew we were going to have a lot of people, and we wanted to do kind of sweeping Steadicam shots.
And it was really important to me that you felt that kind of like that basement feeling of like those tile ceilings you can like push up, like because if you don't see those, you don't feel like you're in a basement.
It feels like you're on a stage.
Yes, and those parties really had to feel like you were like lame, like high school kids drinking in somebody's basement while their parents were upstairs, and that's so. Building the basement set was
drinking or otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. It was really important to us.
So, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on the podcast.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. This was great.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Where can people find you? Are you on the Twitters or the Instagrams, or if people want to follow your work, where should they go?
I have a website, andrewdp.com. I was lucky enough to get that domain a long time ago.
Nice.
And that links to my Instagram as well.
I would direct everyone to go check that out because Andrew's done a lot of awesome work. You can follow me on Instagram, but you won't, it's not too fun.
You don't use it very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, that was great. Thanks again.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up this part 2 of our Sundance special. Who do we need to thank?
Let's thank our producer, Alana Cody.
Always thank our producer, Alana Cody, who, in addition to everything, has given us phenomenal notes to follow these specials.
Yes, it almost feels like we're professional right now.
Threading the needle for us. Thank you, Alana. And as always, Kezal Atrakshi, who has done all the music for the Cinematography Podcast from the very beginning, from our early beginnings, sometime around 1987.
Let's thank our editorial staff,
Abby Corbett and
Ben Katz.
Ben Katz, sorry. Cool. So come back next time and hear part 3 of our 2019 Sundance specials.
This has been the Cinematography Podcast, presented by Hot Rod Cameras. Find your next camera, lens, or accessory on the web at hotrodcameras.com. Don't forget to subscribe to our show on iTunes and connect with us on Facebook and Twitter. Thanks for listening. The following podcast contains explicit language. You're listening to the Cinematography Podcast presented by Hot Rod Cameras, a program about the art, craft, and philosophy of the moving image and the people who make it happen. Coming to you from the world headquarters of Hot Rod Cameras in Hollywood, California, are your hosts, Ben Rock and Illya Friedman.
Welcome back to the Cinematography Podcast Sundance special episodes. This is episode 3 of 4. This time the theme is drama.
Drama. I feel drama, and we're going to start drama by talking about a documentary, but I'm assuming it's a dramatic documentary.
Very dramatic documentary about the Women's March, but we're also going to keep the banter to a minimum this time. So,
very minimum.
Yeah. So
without further ado, this is personal.
This is Illya Friedman from the Cinematography Podcast, and I'm sitting down with Torsten Thilo. How did I do?
You did it.
Good.
That was perfect.
Thank you. Hey, you are the director of photography for This Is Personal. It's a new documentary that's getting a lot of buzz here at the festival. It's about the Women's March, and I'm sure that you can actually do a better description of the movie than I can. But tell us a little bit about This Is Personal.
So This Is Personal began after Donald Trump got elected, and there's a lot of people that I've been working with were thinking we need to make a film about what happened during the election, what happened, and specifically what happened to women in America, because so many of us could not understand how women in particular could vote for Donald Trump. Amy Brock, the director, got approached by Paramount, and they came to her and said, we need to make a film about women and what happened during the election. And then there was a long searching process in what can that film be. It's a very general topic. The filmmaking began sort of almost as a casting process at the Women's March. We went down to the Women's March and
in Los Angeles.
The Women's March in Washington, D.C.
In Washington, okay, yeah. Well, I know there were women's marches all over the country.
I know, yeah.
But so the one in Washington, D.C., which is famous, had hundreds of thousands of women showed up for that.
Yeah, there were hundreds. Yeah, exactly. And so we went down and we filmed at the headquarters, mostly with the co-chair organizers of the Women's March, and met these two amazing women that were organizers, Erica Andiola and Tamika Mallory, and with them a lot of other people that can come in and out of their storyline, but we very quickly realized that those two were ideal characters to sort of talk about what's going on right now in our country. And so Erica is a dreamer. She's been fighting for the rights of immigrants for many years, and Tamika is a Black Lives Matter activist and is fighting for Black communities and having their voices heard. And so we followed them for a year in that journey, and it was an amazing process. Mostly a process that had twists and turns around every corner. So.
One of the things about shooting a documentary, of course, is that you end up with tons and tons of material. You shoot a lot, and then it ends up getting cut down into something that's manageable, and so much stuff ends up, of course, being thrown away. But the process of actually getting that material shot and in the can and then getting to sort it all out. Tell me a little bit about what your methodology, your crew looked like. I imagine that there's a lot to cover. You have lots of interviews, plus you also have slice of life verite in people's homes. So you had in the street activism, sort of capturing the action of what's happening during the protest. Tell me about what your crew and your sort of setup looked like to configure all of these different ways.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because Amy and I started a collaboration on an HBO show that was very designed and very cinematic. We spent a lot of time designing that show, and it's called The Case Against Adnan Syed.
Oh, yes, of course.
Based on the
Serial
podcast by Karen Koenig. Exactly.
I think a lot of people saw that, and a lot of people listened to that. A lot of people never heard a podcast before Serial.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
That series is coming out in May at HBO, so that's almost shot and it's almost done. So coming from that and collaborating with Amy in a very cinematic way with heavily designed interviews and big lights and big crews and using gimbals for a lot of the scenes, we realized very quickly that this is personal. This film about these activists is nothing like that. That's a pure verite film. We didn't do any formal sit-down interviews. We never used a single light for any of this. This was real, raw filmmaking. And so we decided to be as small as we possibly could. That included me being a one-man band often. And if not a one-man band, then I was a two-man band with Amy. So we put a lavalier microphone on people and on our subjects. And I had one lens and one camera, a tiny package. It looks tiny.
Tell me about that lens. What lens could you shoot an entire verite documentary running around the streets, running around in people's homes? What one lens could do all of that?
So I used a 35 millimeter prime. I shot consistently at an f2. Partly, I knew from the beginning that we would have many shooters, many people working on this, and I tried to create some visual coherency throughout the shooting with limiting myself and everybody else to one lens.
So everybody who came in then also only had the 35. 35 was the only option?
That was the idea, but then that turns very quickly into the reality of documentary filmmaking.
How much of that 35 you think ends up on the final screen? You think 50% of the movie is shot on the 35? You think maybe 10% or 90%? What would you guess?
I would guess that it might be 20% at best, because some of the key shooters, including myself, were often just not available. For the call from one of our activists saying, we are going to Washington to get arrested tomorrow to demonstrate for this and that. And nobody was free. So there was often just fellow activists filming, and they wouldn't even talk to me beforehand. They just had a 5D or whatever camera they had available on their phone.
With documentary, it's so much more important to get the shot, to actually get it, than to not get it at all. So sometimes you have to take whatever you can get. But
it's very painful to me.
And that's I'm sure it's painful, but it's also really painful to get the call at 9:00 at night for the next day. Hey, we're going to get arrested. Can you be out there to capture this? That's got to be tough for your schedule. And you shot over the course of a year, so it was a year's worth of
pretty much exactly.
And I watched it and I noticed that there was footage from November 2018. We're in January 2019 right now, so the post-production must have been going on all this time, including like up until a month or so ago. I
think until 2 weeks ago.
Until 2 weeks ago, until right before the premiere.
Yeah.
So and I got to say, once it comes around to the end of the movie and you almost get the, I don't want to say moral of the story because it's not really what it is, but when you get to the end and you see that activism equals then political action and political inclusion, I think that's a really powerful message that really just kind of comes in right where the credits are. But you see like really recent documentary footage from the sweep of the House of Representatives and all of the new women who have never been in politics before coming into power, which is, I think, kind of an amazing emotional like climax that happens right at the credits of the movie. It's not like a movie I've seen before do that.
No, that's amazing that actually just happened when we set out to make an analysis piece about what happened to women in America during the election. And a lot happened after the election. There was a lot of waking up and organizing, grassroots organizing, and people, especially women, were mad. They got angry. And Tamika and Erica and so many other women started organizing for women. And now you see the result of that in some ways, that this past election was entirely different than in 2016.
Actually, I just saw another movie here at Sundance that was all shot on a 55 millimeter anamorphic lens, which de-squeezed is pretty close to a 32 or a 35 millimeter. I think it's very interesting the number of movies that are kind of going for this style or trying to have a consistency in their focal length. Yeah. Tell me more about which 35 millimeter lenses that you used and what you were thinking when because you are limiting yourself. You're giving yourself a restriction by saying, I'm only going to use one focal length. That seems like it should make it harder to do what you want to do.
It can be harder in a way, but it also, it forces you in a way of filmmaking that needs to per definition be close to your subject. For example, for this documentary that's here at Sundance, we needed to see the world through our characters. We needed to be the camera. The camera needed to be looking through their eyes and experience what they experience. And what I find so interesting with just using one lens is that you need to be with that person at all times. And what's also interesting is that you explore a scene and the space in a completely different way than with a zoom. With a zoom, you often just stay where you are. You punch in for a different shot. And with a prime lens, you cannot do that because then it becomes uncuttable. So you have to explore the space. The fact that you do that makes you explore and you discover new angles and interesting shots. And that makes the filmmaking process really interesting to me as a cinematographer. But it also gives you the consistency of the same compression throughout an entire film, which I think gives you more the feeling you're witnessing the story through somebody's eyes because the compression doesn't change every 5 seconds. And the other thing is that I try to shoot everything at the same f-stop to be consistent with that. That was the idea to stay as visually coherent as we could.
Trying to shoot everything at the same stop, and I'm going to go slightly into technical mode here, means that if your lighting conditions change, you're probably having to add some sort of filtration in front of the lens to keep the light level consistent. Otherwise, you'd be overexposed or possibly having to add lights because you might be underexposed. When you're on the fly like that, are you screwing on filters quickly or using an internal filter? How do you go about keeping that exposure consistent from, keeping everything at a 2? Or is it really more planned out that you say, okay, I'm going to be in this area and I'm going to shoot everything in this area at a 2. Then we're going to another area and then I'm getting all ready for that to shoot in this area at a 2. How does that go about? You want to talk about
that? That would be impossible. With 10 years ago, that would have been impossible to shoot documentary with that approach. But now there is cameras on the market that have built-in neutral density filters. So the Canon C300 Mark II actually gives me that ability because it has 10 stops of ND filters built in. So when I go from one situation to the next where the lighting changes, I hit a button and I lose a stop or 2 or 3. I can just dial it in. So I can stay with the same f-stop. That's pretty amazing. And that is just within the last few years, cameras became available that can actually do that.
Canon has really actually been doing remarkable work, especially in the documentary space. I believe all of the Academy Award nominated documentaries this year were shot on Canon cameras, which it's like, you're doing something right when all of these projects, these high profile projects, are being commended for their work and they're all using the same technology, which is phenomenal. I'm a big fan of that camera as well. And the internal NDs, it's a thing that's existed in the broadcast side, of course, forever, but never to that amount of gradation, never to that amount of adjustability, which is amazing.
Right. Yeah. I had one film that was shortlisted,
good for you,
but then we didn't get the nomination.
You know what? The Academy Awards, I always feel like of all the categories that needs more nominations, it should be documentary.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
The IDA does the International Documentary Association does a wonderful job of showcasing the stuff that does get nominated, but there's a lot of snubs. Let me tell you, there's so many great documentaries, great documentaries that didn't make it and don't make it. A lot of people were talking about the Mr. Rogers documentary that didn't make it this year, and everyone I saw it with or I talked to left that theater in tears. So it's like when you have that much of an emotional response. But tell me about your mindset when you step into a documentary and you're on the set, which is a real location. It's something's happening. It's verite. Do you concern yourself more about framing or more about lighting? Do you have do you approach what you're seeing more from a lighting perspective, trying to understand how the light is going to interplay with your subjects, or is it more about framing and trying to get your composition the way that you would like? Do you separate the two? Do you keep them equal? What's your process?
For me, documentary filmmaking gets exciting when both the content and the cinematic quality come together. The most important rule for me, being in a situation where action just happens in front of me uncontrolled and I follow it, is to capture that moment. But the second most important part is, where am I in relationship to the light? I think that's the main rule. And you can make a choice, even in a scene that unfolds in front of you and you have no idea what's going to happen next. You can make a choice where you are. I can't move the subjects around, but I can move. And so I do focus a lot on where the light comes from and where I am in relationship to my subjects. And I try to, at the same time, frame as purposeful as I can. So for me, that it is important in documentary filmmaking that it looks interesting, that it looks purposeful. And I have a hard time watching documentaries that just look shitty.
I have a hard time watching anything that actually looks shitty. It's an immediate turnoff, and I think that a lot of people a lot of uninformed people out there. Cinematography is a very misunderstood craft, and I think there's a lot of people out there who decide, oh yeah, you can get a good exposure on your iPhone, or on your cell phone. So we don't need a camera pointer. We don't need to pay someone, a lot of money a day to decide where this camera is being pointed. And to me, that is YouTube. I would say 90% of the stuff on YouTube, maybe higher, is unwatchable. It's unwatchably ugly.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more.
And if you really want to have like a experience where you're engaged and you're flowing through a concept or an idea, it at least has to be passable. And most of that content out there these days isn't like that. And I see some of that, the YouTubification happening to streaming services and even to motion pictures. And the best stuff is able to marry the good-looking content, the well technically produced content with the wonderful, engaging story that takes you to another place. And so I think as long as there is no auto shoot and auto edit button, there will be people with skills employed. And I don't think we're getting to that point just yet. We may be in our lifetime, but we got decades. We got decades before auto shoot and auto edit comes. Torsten, please tell me a little bit more about yourself. Where did you get the bug for being a cameraman? Where did I looked at your filmography. You have a lot of documentary work on there. Where does this come from? How did you get your start?
So when I was a kid, I was part of this small youth group in a tiny town in Germany, and we one summer decided to start a TV channel. So we purchased a license for a TV channel in my town, and they had, on top of the townhouse, they had a little distribution center, and we got permission to have a 1-hour broadcast on Sundays. We received old cameras from people that were part of the RAF in Germany, the political organization. That organization didn't exist anymore, but some of the people I knew still had the camera equipment, U-matic camera equipment.
Oh yes, 3/4 inch. That's that's famous.
They gave us an entire edit suite, a three deck editing suite and 2 cameras, and so we started making social political pieces about our town. Very Catholic town, very divided town politically, and
what's the town called?
The town is called Bodnik. It's in the south of Germany, which is a very conservative and religious town. I left home when I was 16. Essentially, got kicked out by my parents because I was just too much of a rebel.
You rebelled against your parents or the town or everything?
But against everything, against religion, against nosiness of people. And when I was 16, I went to the capital, and I found a filmmaker and DP who had a similar story. He came from the South, and he had sympathy with me, and he took me on as a 16-year-old. So I learned from him. He said, I will take you on under one condition. If you want to become a DP, you have to edit first. So he made me edit. So from 16 to about 25, I was an editor, and I got really good at it. I edited big German documentaries.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, though, really, because in order to be a good shooter, you have to know how the pictures go together. You have to know what should follow what. So I have to imagine that mandate for you to learn editing before shooting probably ended up helping you to become a better shooter.
Oh, absolutely. It helps a great deal, not only in technical ways, but to think like a filmmaker, to think in scenes and really in the moment while you're making a documentary, think about how the story is actually going to play on screen. And it was a great training.
Okay, so you're 16 years old. You're in Berlin.
I'm in Stuttgart. The state capital.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, talk about completely uprooting and changing your life. Does editing or documentary production with the RAF, with all the 3/4 inch gear and everything else, do you throw yourself into that? Is that your new thing, or are you? I mean, you'd still otherwise to be in secondary school. You'd be in high school at that point, right? So, did you finish high school?
I didn't.
You didn't?
No,
all right. So,
no, I essentially I was so busy creating my television station and maintaining that, that after 11th grade, my father said, you have to stop all of this. and just study and work on school. And I said, I won't. And then he said, then you have to leave my house.
Wow. All right.
And so I left. Because I knew I wanted to make movies, and I wanted to make documentaries, and I at the time was so excited about just making it. And I think I'm a person that learns through doing stuff better than the theory.
I think in film and television, that's always been true too. I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to over the years who paid maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars to go get these very expensive educations, only to wind up on set and not realize that they had any real preparation, didn't really know what they needed to know to be there, and that it was like learning all over again. So I think that's really important, the practical hands-on doing. Yeah. So okay, so now you're running a television station, or you're producing all this content and you're editing this content. Where do you go from there? Where do you go from there to shooting projects?
So then I edited a lot of documentaries and became pretty good as an editor and sort of known in Stuttgart documentary circle. Because I edited so fast, I often would accompany teams to go make documentaries on the ground. So for example, we were sent to Iraq to document what was going on before the war and other situations like Kosovo and the conflict there and a big flood in Mozambique.
Is it traveling the world, covering news and documentaries? Covering
news, and I did a fair amount of just hard news for German public television. And out of those trips, often came a longer documentary that ended up being an arte within the European sort of public television exchange. And traveling, then very quickly it was I just picked up a camera and started shooting. And so for quite some time, I had this little niche where I could do both. I could go out, travel the world and shoot, and then edit my own stuff.
And see the world through a viewfinder.
And then also go back to the hotel room and use that material immediately to cut a package for the news and make it into a longer documentary. But I got the immediate result. I shot footage often at the same night I had to edit it.
It's so hard to do so many different jobs like that and to do them well. So that's a real testament to your skill and talent, because it used to be very segmented. Now, of course, we have these things called predators, which is the producer, the camera person, the editor, all in one. But I kind of feel like when you force someone to do all of those jobs, you don't really get the best work out of them, because you're forcing someone to split their brain in so many different ways. If they have to organize where the hell the hotel is, where the hell lunch is, and dealing with the client and shooting and editing and doing all that, just the fact that you could do like those two technical things, which didn't have to happen at the exact same time, is still incredibly impressive. Because ultimately, when I talk to some of these people who call themselves predators, these producer, camera people, editors, all in one, what happens is that they end up making their primary responsibility that something is in focus, because if it's not in focus, they can't use it at all, and that means that the producing is could be flawed. The camera work could be flawed because it's only about it just actually capturing at that moment, and then the editing is like just whatever they can to put it together. I really appreciate specialists. I really appreciate people who can do multi-talented hyphenate type of work like that, like camera person and editor too. So tell me, when did you start specializing? When did the editing work sort of fall aside, or do you still edit today? Are you still doing some of that, or is it now nothing but camera?
So I got married to an amazing American woman who actually came when I met her. I lived in Mexico and she lived there with me for 5 years, and I worked in the European public Central America station, essentially making documentaries. And after 5 years, we moved to Brazil and lived there for 3 years, and then it was sort of her turn to decide where to live next. And she wanted to go back to New York, where her life was. And so I abandoned that job with the public television station, which was like a 10-year. I could never have gotten fired. It was like a deal with,
they loved you.
No, but it was like one of those public TV deals where you get like a nice fat retirement and everything is taken care of. It was a sweet deal. But then I got to America and I didn't know anyone. Like literally nobody.
Starting all over.
I started all over. We had 2 small kids that were born in Brazil, and that was scary. And I think I figured out very quickly that as an editor, I wouldn't I wouldn't make it fast enough. First, my language skills aren't good enough to really deep. Like it was.
That's not true.
It was at the time. As an editor, you have to sort of really get deep into stuff. And honestly, it was also the financial aspect, because as an editor, it's completely different rates, and so I immediately stopped editing and focused only on shooting. Although I had been doing spending most of my time shooting the previous 10 years, but once we moved here, I stopped and started shooting exclusively.
And I alluded to, or I mentioned Dirty Money recently, because that was another piece of that you had done that I'd seen.
Cool.
Yeah, you've really specialized in a lot of these. I don't want to use reality as a pejorative, because people go, oh, reality, but no, documentary and unscripted documentary, long format series and movies. Tell me about what that was like starting over, breaking in. Did you feel like, oh my God, I got to work for free now? I got to build local context. How was moving from Brazil, where you've got a really sweet gig, to starting all over in New York? How does that go?
It was an amazing experience, because what I always heard about the American dream actually happened for me. And I know I have a lot of privilege, and I feel guilt about it as a white male, but I was received with open arms by amazing people. I walked into this DP's agent's office, and this guy who's a DP agent, a veteran DP agent, said, "Oh, you are the third German walking through this door. The first one was Michael Bauhaus." And I got him started all right when he came off the ship.
No kidding. Oh my goodness.
And then the second one was this guy Wolfgang Held, who is a German cinematographer, pretty well known. And he said, "Well, I can't put you in touch with Michael Bauhaus, but I can put you in touch with Wolfgang Held." And so Wolfgang and I met, and Wolfgang had been sort of specialized in verite filmmaking and pure documentary filmmaking, and that's what I have been doing for the past 10 years. So we hit it off, and he was so generous with me. And out of that friendship, we started a collective, a collective with like-minded people.
This is in New York?
This is in New York. So it's a collective of 6 DPs.
Mm-hmm. It still exists today?
It still exists. It's an amazing group.
Cool. How often do you get together?
We try to get together every month. We have monthly screenings. So we have a screening room that in cooperation with the SVA Film School. Film program, and so
is that the Society of Visual Arts? What is the SVA? I'm sorry.
SVA, School of Visual Arts.
School of Visual Arts. Yeah.
So 2 of our members teach there. Anyway, so through Wolfgang, I got to meet these other cinematographers that do work in a similar style, which is sort of verite filmmaking, as per definition, just document reality as it happens, and who have made a name for themselves in that field. And so we hit it off as a group, and we started a collective that really all we do is come together and talk about our issues and problems and success. And
that's nice. It's like a support group.
It's a support group. It's amazing. And
the cinematographer support group.
We get together and have bratwurst and beer sometimes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's fantastic.
And we share jobs, and that's actually amazing. And that's what helped me so much arriving in America, because all of these people have been amazingly generous with referring me to directors they work with, and if they couldn't do a job, they said, "Oh, why don't you try this German guy? His name is Torsten. He's just got here," and that referral is worth so much.
It's worth everything.
It's worth everything.
I think that's where everyone I know who's a freelancer, 90% is word of mouth. But I mean, you can have a nice reel online, you can have a nice Facebook page, whatever it is. It's like, no, it's someone you worked with told someone else, and then they hired you, and you did a good job, and then they told someone else, and that's how it perpetuates. But
I got so lucky. Yeah.
So tell our listeners where they can find you. Where are you online somewhere? Do you do the Instagrams or the Twitters or the Facebooks? Do you have something like that if someone wants to follow your work?
Yeah.
Where can people find you?
My Instagram handle is Thorcore, like Thor, like the god, and core from hardcore.
Okay.
I made that up. I was probably a little too drunk 10 years ago, but it's still the same.
Nice.
And then I can be found on Facebook, Torsten Thilo.
Torsten, what's next for you? What's the next? What do you have something else lined up? I know you're going to be out probably doing some stuff for This Is Personal, and I know you have the HBO series that's coming soon. But what's next on your lineup of documentary work?
So I'm in production right now on a 9-hour Netflix series that is in collaboration with the Innocence Project. And so it's 9 stories about wrongfully convicted people. It is an amazing journey. We've been meeting with really amazing people that have gone to jail, some of them for 25 years, some of them have spent 10 years on death row, and always knew they were innocent. And it took often
exoneration through
decade.
DNA evidence. Generally, is that the Innocence Project in a nutshell really is the DNA evidence testing.
Yeah,
that's great work.
It's an amazing part. It's an amazing work because it is not, it's not a typical true crime show. It is real people that have souls and that still live, and they can tell their stories. So it's actually been a lot of just real verite filmmaking. What amazes me is that none of these people are bitter. They come out of jail and they say, I forgive you for putting me in jail, and just live their life. So that's mostly what I'm working on. I'm working on a 7-hour HBO show that is about the Golden State Killer. There is this book by Michelle McNamara.
Very famous.
Called I'll Be Gone in the Dark. Her husband is a famous comedian, and so I'm shooting this series with Liz Garbus. I just got back from Los Angeles on Friday, and we had an amazing week of production. So those 2 things keep me busy.
You are busy. No kidding. That's a lot of stuff. Torsten, thank you so much for coming on the show. It's really been a lot of fun.
Thanks so much for having me. It's been fun.
All right, so that was This Is Personal. Thank you so much, Torsten, for being on the show. It was spectacular. We'd love to have you back again.
We need to get more DPs when we go to Sundance. Like, I wonder. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
So, I mean, I should talk. I was in Sundance for like all of 20 hours, but we already talked about that in episode 1. So I'm going to move on to another film called Them That Follow.
Yeah, Them That Follow. I had a really great conversation with Britt and Dan, the co-directors of the movie. That movie got picked up by 1091 Media, which might be better known to people as The Orchard. And here is the interview.
I'm Britt Poulton, the co-writer, co-director of Them That Follow.
And I'm Dan Savage, co-writer and co-director of Them That Follow.
Britt, Dan, thank you so much for coming on the Cinematography Podcast.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you for having us. We're so thrilled to be sitting with you.
Here in Park City.
Yes, it's the Sundance 2019 Film Festival, and you guys have a very well-received movie called Them That Follow. Congratulations on the world premiere the other night, and I know that you guys have been getting some good feedback. I know that when I left the theater, there was tons and tons of great things being said about your movie. Tell me that your movie is currently undistributed, or do you have a distributor already lined up, or what's
we actually have really exciting news. It was announced last night that The Orchard bought North American rights to our film, and we couldn't be more thrilled. They are collaborative, insightful, and tenacious, and we're in very good hands.
And we're just so excited to share all of the incredible work of our collaborators, our cast, our crew, and to be able to show it on the big screen in movie theaters across the country. It's just a dream come true. It's what every filmmaker wants out of the Sundance Film Festival.
Well, a big congratulations to you. The Orchard is a wonderful partner. I know a lot of people who do work with them. So I could certainly describe your movie, but I think it's always better when the filmmakers do it. So give me the quick, it doesn't have to be a log line, but give me the quick, description of your movie.
Our film is an exploration of an obscure sect of American Pentecostalism, part of a century-old tradition of handling venomous snakes as part of your church worship. These communities have been mocked and maligned and are misunderstood, and as a result, they stay pretty reclusive. Most have pushed away in the hills of Appalachia. That's where our story starts, where we imagine what it means to be set apart from the world, and especially what it means for a young woman. And that's really the lens through which we explore this unseen space through her experience as she comes of age in such a narrow space.
It's really some tour de force performances in this movie. Tell me a little bit about how you came to your cast. Because I know that you guys had a limited budget. It's an independent movie, so it was independently financed. But you got some great names. You got some great performances. Talk a little bit about how that came to be.
Well, Them That Follow has been a 6-year journey to get to Sundance, and there have been a few partners with us along the way for quite a duration of that time. our producing partner, Danielle Robinson, who is really the third member of this partnership and of this film, fought for this film and dedicated herself to seeing it realized. And this must have been 5 years ago that we reached out to Alice Englert to play the role of Mara Childs, who is a pastor's daughter struggling with doubt and has a forbidden relationship that forces her to begin to confront the dangerous traditions of her family's church. And Alice responded to the material, signed on to the movie, and stayed with us through all the ups and downs. Thomas Mann joined her very shortly thereafter, and again remained on for many, many years. I think that brings us to about 3 years ago when Olivia Colman joined, and she too stayed with us, taking a risk on 2 untested filmmakers. As the movie steamrolled towards production, that's when we added Walton Goggins, Caitlin Deaver, Lewis Pullman, Jim Gaffigan.
Yeah. Of course, it's a great looking movie too. I mean, there's a starkness that exists in your frame, and it's a very, I'm going to say, slightly desaturated color palette, and because it seems like it's overcast skies through probably 99% of this movie, or taking place at night. Tell me a little bit about working with your director of photography and how you guys came up with a look for this movie.
Yes, Brett Jukowitz is the brilliant cinematographer we were so fortunate to partner with on our film. He has such a beautiful eye and such a subtle hand when he's exploring a world, and that's something that we really responded to. He puts the narrative and the story first before any technical ambition, and we really responded to the subtleties and how he approaches his craft. But more than anything, we knew that on a limited budget, it would be a great feat to not only make our days, but to make them artfully.
The conversation with the visual tone of the film was really a continuation of Britt and my conversation about the story and the characters. We wanted to capture the spirit of the snake handlers visually, and there's an extraordinary closeness that they have to nature and the natural world in their faith and in their faith practice. And so when we sat down with Brett, that was our first priority, was to really create opportunities on our limited budget to show Mara in nature, to show this community in nature, in the natural world. We were shooting in Ohio in November, which gets a little cold, so the skies were overcast. Our poor cast was freezing, but
it looks cold in the movie.
Yes, yes,
that comes through.
My gosh, does it?
But I thought it was intentional. It seemed like it was all part of it. I mean, people look bundled up, and like it doesn't look warm out.
You know, there's one other point I wanted to make. Snake handling has been around for 100 years, but it is still practiced today. And when we were talking about the visual tone of the film, we were also talking about how you represent a community, as Britt so eloquently said, that has stepped back from secular society and to a degree from the modern world. And this is a community that carries so much of the past with it. And so with a film that is set in the present day, visually, how do we communicate that these characters carry so much tradition and history with them? And Brett really recommended using these extraordinary vintage lenses on our Arri Alexa.
Ooh, which lenses are those?
The Cook Pancros lenses.
They're classics.
And it really created this gorgeous, organic, even film-like texture that just creates a little bit of magic. You know, the colors are a little brighter, the darks are a little darker. And I'm so glad that he was able to find those lenses for us, because I know they're hard to get.
They haven't made them in decades, but they actually have kind of a new version now, which is kind of fun, but that's a conversation for another time. So, Britt, what were you about to say?
Something really special that Brett was able to capture, as Dan alluded to, is the overall tone that we were exploring, the very hard balance between these people's everyday lives and the extraordinary stakes of those lives. And so finding that beautiful combination of realism and tension, we knew was going to be hard to execute, and Brett was able to do that by bringing an intimacy and an immediacy to his handheld camera work. He did all of the camera work himself, and he was extraordinary in finding those moments between the actors and really pivoting in scenes and exploring their performance on his own. And that comes across on screen. You do feel the immediacy and the intimacy of those scenes so beautifully. And we were so fortunate to have such a creative and intuitive partner in Brett.
One of the things we talk about on this show quite a bit is the relationship between the director or directors and the cinematographer. How did you and Brett meet? Have you guys worked together on something else? I know you're first-time feature directors, but how did your paths cross, and what was that experience like working together?
Before we left for Ohio to shoot the film, we were looking for directors of photography, and we knew that we wanted to have an intimate relationship. Britt and I are our partners. We're very collaborative by nature. Movies are collaborative, and we thought that's what we love about them. And so we really wanted someone on our team who would feel like a co-equal partner. And I can still remember, we're going out to all the agencies as you do, and I spotted his name, and right next to it, I saw this film called Men Who Go to Battle, which I had seen a few years prior, and Brett had done an extraordinary job on a very limited budget with that film. And it was almost like lightning struck in my head, and I just sort of knew in that moment that he was going to be our guy. I turned to Brett and I said, oh my gosh, we have to meet this guy. And I believe we interrupted his wedding weekend to do so. Oh gosh.
I was also a huge fan of his work in Men Go to Battle. It's a beautiful film, a period piece set in Civil War era. But what is so special about it is his photography. He brought such poetry and richness to that world, and you don't feel how low budget it is. It feels rich. Every frame feels exquisite because of Brett. And truthfully, when we first Skyped with him, because he's based in New York, we were just on pins and needles hoping that he was going to be everything that we hoped. But he was so much more. He's thoughtful and smart and truly puts story and narrative before anything else. And he became a great partner to us and a great friend. And we relied on him for even notes on the script. And yes, we did actually take him off of his honeymoon. He was about to get married in Marfa. And I think they were planning their wedding, or they were just about to get married, and we needed him to stop everything to meet our producers so we could lock him down.
Thanks, Brett.
Thank you, Brett.
Well, just another example of a DP going way above and beyond, as they sometimes tend to do. Okay, so you guys are co-directors, you're co-screenwriters. Tell me a little bit about the division of labor, especially is one of you more working with actors, one of you more working with camera? Did you divide the duties that way? Did you have like a 50-50 partnership? How does like a typical day on the set with you two collaborating work with your camera team and the actors?
I would say our partnership is 100%.
Ooh, okay.
We share all responsibilities, all passions. Britt and I are both people who like to wear many hats. And this film, as I said, is a 6-year collaboration. It took us 2 years to write the script. It was the first script either of us ever wrote. We taught ourselves how to write. We taught each other how to write. We helped each other be brave. And so the story of this film is the story of our partnership. So by the time we arrived on set, we had a lot of the creative kinks worked out.
We had 1,000,001 conversations about every nuance of the script, every possible thing that could go wrong, could go right. We were absolutely prepared when we were walking on set, and in part also because we had such an amazing and supportive producing team that were such a great resource to us. But our partnership isn't divided. I know that a lot of directing partnerships work that way. That didn't make sense for us. As Dan said, we're both passionate about every aspect of filmmaking. That's why we wanted to be filmmakers. And also why we wanted to be filmmakers is because we want to work with people and we want to collaborate. So we really did do everything together. And it worked really well for us. And we developed a shorthand very quickly. And the cast and the crew knew that we were making decisions together, and it was easy. And I have to tell you, making a movie is so hard, and going on this process is so hard and scary, and there are so many nights filled with doubt and tears and ice cream, and to have a partner in that foxhole is really something special, and because it can be a lonely process putting your art into the world and exposing yourself in that way, putting yourself out there in that way, and to have somebody by your side, it makes it a lot more fun, frankly.
I think, as Britt sort of said, all film is collaborative by nature, and because we are a partnership, I think that our sets are even more collaborative. I think we as people and as filmmakers, we just wanted to get things right and to have a positive experience out there in Ohio, and we did, and that's because we allowed the solutions to problems to come from anywhere. They could have come from Britt, they could have come from Brett, they could have come from a stand-in, they could have come from Olivia Colman, and that was really the working attitude of our set was, let's make the best movie possible, let's have fun on this short shoot that we have, and let's do it.
Yes. Something we always said is we don't need to be right, we just want to get it right. And that's sort of the ethos of our partnership, and certainly what we tried to live up to on set every day.
But you say it's a short shoot. How long was your shoot?
Are we allowed to
say? I forget. Have the rules changed?
It was just long enough.
It was not long enough. All right, 28 days, 35 days, 40 days, 18 days. What's short for you?
It was a 642-day shoot. It was.
We all lived in Ohio. I'm in Ohio. I paid taxes in Ohio now.
I think one of the incredible things about Sundance is that it is this forum for so many filmmakers who've been working on very limited budgets, very limited schedules, very limited resources, and have made something special. And I think we're all here because of our limitations, because we embraced what was difficult and what we couldn't do, and we worked around it.
Creativity really does come from constraint. And when we stared down the hard truth of our schedule in prep, Dan and I galvanized and did the really hard thing, and that was cut pages from our script before we ever walked foot on set, because we were determined to not shoot a schedule but to make a movie. And so we ended up cutting about 12 pages from our script before we went into production, so we could have some breathing room, so we could make mistakes, so we could breathe and imagine in between moments. And I'm so proud of us for doing that, for killing some of our darlings early on and really crystallizing what this movie is about. And we never had to make any creative concessions, significant creative concessions when we were on set. If the weather was bad, if we were running out of time, there was never a conversation, okay, we're gonna lose this scene, because we had already prepared for that and padded our days. Not enough. We always want more padding, but padded our days in a way that allowed for a little exploration, a little second guessing, and for some mistakes to happen or unforeseeable obstacles. So I'm really proud of us for doing that. And you know what? Brett was also very instrumental in planning our days and coming up with really creative solutions for shooting scenes. We had in the script, it was a pivotal part of our climax, was Mara running through the woods at night. And we were writers in a foxhole together when we imagined this sequence. We didn't take a step further and say, okay, what does it take to shoot a girl running in the woods at night? And Brett explained what it takes, how much time it takes, how much crew it takes, how much money it takes. But that was one thing we could not give up in prep. That was a sequence that we could not kill. And so Brett came up with a really creative solution.
And most importantly, how many of those big tall lights that they get on Hollywood movies?
Yeah.
What are they called? The cranes?
The
cranes that we don't have?
Yeah, it takes a lot to shoot somebody running through the woods at night.
Boy, does it. Oh, yes, I was going to say, so Brett went scouting on his own and found this knoll, a wooded knoll, where the sun in twilight after it had set the sky would be a deep enough blue, but also bright enough because of the nearness of a field. We were close enough to a tree line where that light would be seeping in, so we could actually register photographic images. And the sequence is beautiful, it's poetic, it's heart-pounding. It's the climax of our film, and our heroine is running towards her new destiny.
And it took a crew of 4 because of Brett's ingenuity.
That's a wonderful answer and testament to your cinematographer. But you also didn't answer my question. You said you shot for 642 days. It was probably a 642-day process.
Oh, I was kidding. Oh my gosh, I was kidding.
No. How many days did it take to actually get your principal photography in the can?
So our shoot was very short. We had 3 weeks of prep, which is not a lot. And then we had 20 and a half days of shooting.
That's incredible. That's amazing. I mean, that's so short. That's not even 3 weeks.
No, it's not. We had 20 days in what we call day 0, which was just a bare bones crew with Brett, a first AC, a grip, a second AC, us, and our lead Alice. And what we talked about before about a girl running through the woods at night, that sequence was shot on our day 0.
Wow, so that was your climax was the very first stuff that you rolled from it. Oh.
And then I'll also add that the very end of the film, which is a gorgeous sequence, was also the very first scene that we shot. So day 1 of the film, of our very short shoot, I don't want to give anything away, but it was a very intimate and a very emotional scene. And we had Alice Englert, who plays Mara Childs, and Thomas Mann, who plays Augie Slaughter, and Brett in very intimate confines. And I'm really excited for people to see that sequence because it was just one of those serendipitous moments on set where as filmmakers, you're terrified. You're asking actors who haven't been on this journey yet to deliver their final emotions. And then with your cinematographer cuddled up with them. And he was sensitive and he was generous and gave them the emotional space that they needed. And the scene is extraordinary performance-wise, but my gosh, is it also gorgeous visually.
You got your hard stuff, some of the hardest stuff done right up front. And did that actually give you a sense of relief as you were going through, that you knew that these key moments were already in the can?
No.
I don't know if I ever felt relief through the process of shooting, but I will say it was galvanizing because we were all tasked with being our best right out of the gates. It set the bar for all of us, which was really a bonding experience, and I think accelerated the trust process that you work towards between, directors and their crew, directors and their cast. And I think that it's actually a fantastic way to start the shooting process is, do something that scares you right away.
We really only got time for another couple of questions here. So I want to ask you guys to give a shout out to your producers. That for a lot of people is the hardest part of making a movie, finding money, finding champions, finding people to believe in you. Tell us a little about the process of getting your producers on board.
We have the most extraordinary and supportive and collaborative producing team. It all started with Danielle Robinson of G-Base. She read our very first draft, as Dan said, almost 6 years ago, and she saw something in us that we didn't see in ourselves. And she said, we are going to make this movie and we're going to do it together. And through her producing partners, Alan Siegel and Gerard Butler, they supported us from day 1 as well. And a few years later, we found the missing link to this, the missing piece of our puzzle, which was Amasia Entertainment, Bradley Gallo and Michael Helfant, and they also fully financed our film. And meeting with Bradley and Michael, we knew that we were off to the races because not only were they going to support our vision, they were going to support our well-being. They were so incredibly collaborative and supportive, and we knew as first-time filmmakers that we had this incredible foundation of veteran producers to rely on as we crewed as we prepped. They were there as sounding boards and support systems moving on the barreling train towards production. But I will just say, like, on a personal note, they really cared about everybody on set. They really cared about our crew, and it was a hard shoot, and they did everything they could, even at their own expense, to make sure the crew knew that they were appreciated, that they were not taken for granted, and that we understood how hard it is to make an independent film. And they really worked to create a space on set that was equitable. We had almost 41% of our crew was women, and that was a big priority for Dan and myself, and our producers shared that. And it felt like we were a family going away to camp, and that's in large part because of who our producers are.
That's excellent. Dan, did you want to add anything to that at all? I'll just give you the option.
I could just go on and on about them. Because the truth is that we were untested filmmakers, and we had written a good script, but there is a really big difference between writing a script and making a movie. Mm-hmm. And I know with every fiber of my being that we are here because of them. And I know they've even said not to say this, but they were mentors to me, to us. Mm-hmm. They taught me on the ground as we were making this movie, and everything that they taught me is the gift of a lifetime.
Thank you guys so much for coming on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for having us. Go see our movie in theaters, I hope soon.
Where can people find out more information about this movie if they wanted to look it up? Is there a Facebook page? Is there
no, we don't have any social media yet.
Instagram,
actually.
nothing?
Soon.
I'm going to guess the Orchard.
Yeah, we're having lunch with our new distributors today, so I'm going to tell them the people want to know.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks
Thank
very much.
you.
So the last one up is a film called Ms. Purple.
That's right, Ms. Purple. Ms. Purple is a really cool story. It's a immigrant story set in Los Angeles, and I was very fortunate to talk to both the director and the DP. So I got both of them together. It was the first interview that I conducted at Sundance, and it's good. And I would love to have them back on the show. And I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm going to just get right into it.
Here we go, Ms. Purple.
Justin, Auntie, thank you so much for coming to the Cinematography Podcast.
Thanks for having us.
Hey, we're at the Sundance 2019 Film Festival, and you just had a sold-out world premiere of your new movie called Ms. Purple. Yes. Tell our listeners a bit what Ms. Purple is all about.
Well, it's about an estranged brother and sister reconnecting during the final days of their father's life. They're from Koreatown, Los Angeles, and the sister, the film's told through her POV, and what she does for money to pay for hospice care is she's a karaoke hostess.
The movie deals with a lot of melancholy and dark. It's a dark movie, but there are moments of levity and of brightness and happiness. When you're putting together a movie like this and you're envisioning what it's gonna look like, how early do you get Auntie involved? How early do you start to craft the look of this movie?
Pretty early on. It's like, even when I'm writing ideas by him. We're talking a lot about what we're trying to accomplish in the film, what we want to make it feel like, even sometimes music. I think all those factors affect the decisions on how the movie's going to look.
Auntie, where does the first sort of creative spark comes from? Does it come from conversations with Justin? Does it come from reading the script? Where does your vision for the movie? Does it come from other works? What's your process?
Yeah, just some backstory here. We did our first feature together called Gook, and that was in Sundance 2017 and won others award, and that one was in black and white. So this one, the first conversation was just about color. Like we knew, sounds like trivial, but color was a big part in our prep.
That's not trivial at all. That's major. That's really important. Yeah.
And also the film's called Ms. Purple. And magenta, like purple is magenta. Magenta is actually a really hard color to do well. And then the whole meaning, like it's a rite of passage film. The whole meaning behind it, it's purple in Korean culture. It's the color of mourning.
Like mourning someone dying, yeah, or death, yeah.
I get it. Like black would be, or
yeah,
red.
Exactly.
Talk about a little bit with the color palette, because I know there was some purples in this and stuff too, but there was a lot of greens. There's a lot, there's everything that happens in the karaoke parlor and stuff. It has a really heavy neon sort of lighting. Look, talk about your color palette a little bit, how you wanted to approach this.
Yeah, we watched plenty of reference films. Two of the main key one are Wong Kar-wai's Happy Together. I believe that was on Agfa stock. They also shot black and white. It's a mixture of all that with just a tiny crew in Argentina, and then it was very, very beautiful. Just like all the frames have such an emotional response. We brought on both our production designer and Eunice, the costume designer, early on to do this test on camera to find our palette. And then we also watched Koreeda's Nobody Knows, and then I believe that was on Fuji stock, and then that was the green you notice about, and then green is actually the opposite of purple. And then we thought that would be a nice thing to bring the contrast with her purple dress, or like some specific moments where we used purple lighting, and then to have a cohesive tint throughout the whole film.
When you were visualizing this movie, I mean, I immediately was struck by Wong Kar-wai. You mentioned Wong Kar-wai, and was Wong Kar-wai a heavy influence for the look early on for you as well, Justin? Was that something you were thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I think his films elicit a certain type of feeling and tone that is really special. And this film, I knew early on that I was going to overwrite and then start to cut the dialogue. So there's a lot of mood involved. So the look is so important to accomplish that. Mood and the cinematography, and also sonically. I think they go hand in hand. So it was a earlier discussion we had, and we also looked at a myriad of films, but I think is the most noticeably present in the film.
Yeah, and very early on, Justin made it clear that he wants us to design a visual language that's unique for the film. Like, he doesn't want to follow any trends or imitate anything that's happened before. But as you know, that's a really tall task.
Yes, indeed. I think it's really difficult to be entirely original in anything and have it be good. But I will tell you, I think you really achieved, and this is a question actually I really like to ask DPs and directors, seeing the end result, seeing the final product, and thinking about it when you're on set. I know this is something we talk about on the podcast quite a bit, is how much of your original intent and vision ended up there, because there's limitations of budget. I don't know what the budget was. You're probably not saying what the budget is, but I can tell that you probably had some limited resources to put this movie together. But it looks like you maximized them really, really well. You got very, very high production value. But when you're on the set and what you're hoping it's going to achieve and what you get, did you think you hit 100%? Did you deliver exactly what you wanted?
It's never 100.
You think you got... I mean, you aim for 100, and I know some people who say if you get 50, you did great. Yeah. So
I would say, just on my end, I think that's why those early conversations were really important to start that thought process. And we knew what our budget was going to be, so we designed, and I kept bringing it up to not only Auntie, but the production team, everybody, that this is what we're trying to do, and so these are our resources. Let's be creative. I think we were able to accomplish a lot of what our original intention was. There's a few moments towards the beginning of the shoot I got a little worried, because we were shooting everything in the karaoke first, and I didn't want that much neon. But me and Auntie had a long conversation about how Auntie was saying, well, then how are we gonna make this place have that mood and the tone, and also there's limitations within that location as well. It was an operating karaoke, so we had to pack up every day. It wasn't like a hot set where we can leave and leave everything there. So that was also very difficult to create a look that was its own thing, specifically in that type of location. But after we kind of worked it out between us, considering that, I'm pretty happy, in terms of translation from vision to screen.
Auntie, same for you. How do you feel?
Yeah, we brought the same crew back, from our last film, Manny Reynolds, the editor, and then we'll also look at the last time. I think we'll agree on what really worked for us was, you know, the moving masters handheld, but just being move the camera really intuitively and capture like the raw performances. But this time we also wanted to show, like, you know, to put in the film how we have grown as filmmakers since 2 years ago, and also, you know, just our sensibilities. And also I think show Justin this interview with Chivo and Malik, how they were pushing each other to push, you know, really push the visuals. And then Malik was saying, you know, in editing, there's gonna be a sense of trust and comfort where he's not gonna embarrass you and put, you know, subpar stuff again. So I think that's our conversation on set. We could really, you know, react intuitively and really push and be bold. And then we did, like, I think I did a lot of stuff. If you know, it was for like the typical or like normal directors, I would just get fired.
That's a concern.
But a few of those things ended up in the movie, and then we felt, you know, was fresh and unique. And then the key thing, you know, the emotional response to it, how we felt.
So there's a good working relationship. There's a lot of trust. You guys have already gone essentially to war once before with the previous project, and now you're doing it again. Another topic we discuss a lot is the sort of the DP director relationship and the shorthand that sort of develops after you guys are working for a while. Going into this movie, was there one sort of like aha moment or gotcha shot, like a key thing that you really wanted to sell in a particular way that you achieved? Was there like one particular moment you're really, really proud of?
There's a lot of proud moments in this film. I really don't care if other people like it or not. I want them to like it, but, you know, I just really am proud of it. But one thing I thought worked really well is we only used 2 lenses. We used a 55 anamorphic Tadeo vintage lens, and then we also used a 300mm Canon lens. And I had suggested the 300 from the get-go because I wanted to have this voyeuristic aspect to it, and I also wanted, you know, to have in the foreground like traffic, and so it's not just, you know, so there's movement in the frame. And at first I think Auntie was like, how about we get like, you know, maybe 2 long lenses? I'm like, let's just go with 1. And I think, but then once Auntie kind of understood what I was trying to do, we embraced it. And I really love that language, that visual language we set up, because it's not that noticeable even, but it's really interesting, and it does do something emotionally, I feel, to you know, the sort of intimacy with the characters.
Yeah, I think in prep we tested a lot of lenses over town, and you know, in LA there's such a rich cinema history, so we came across these 2 like very expressive lenses, and then it was a unique combo. And we also want to keep everything, you know, simple too. You know, like I would to be honest, half of it is just out of necessity. Like we just couldn't have the budget to get like all the toys we want. But in the end, it worked out well. You know, just getting to know these 2 lenses really well, how they will react in these different situations, and it was, you know, a unique visual language.
Well, let me tell you, you made really good use of those 2 lenses, and I would say if you had a 55 and a 300, I'm going to guess about 80% of that movie's on the 55.
Yes.
So
yes.
And beautiful flares, all kinds of wonderful flare work, all the sorts of light and moments you were doing with your lead actress with their hand blocking the sun and all kinds of stuff with the trees. You guys really did some lovely stuff, and as I was sitting in the audience watching it, it is moving. I think that you guys will get a lot of people who want to see it for the visuals in addition to the story, and want to have that complete experience. And so from my perspective, it's a real success. You guys did a great job, and I have to ask you, what's next on your sort of lineup and agenda? Where do you want what do you want to go next? Do you want to do studio movies, another independent film? What's your goal?
So, you know, I think there's a certain kind of purpose and thing, you know, Auntie and I are trying to do. And, you know, he talked about Chivo and Malik, but also like Chivo and Quadon, or Chivo and Inarritu. I think those are all people we really look up to. They tell very specific stories that are very relatable, and we really want to go in that direction. You know, the next film, you know, I've been writing this script for about 1.5 years, close to 2 years. It's set up over at Macro, and I'm hoping to shoot that this year. And it'll be set hopefully in New Orleans. Me and Auntie have been talking, you know, preliminary conversations, but we want to keep pushing. You know, we want to be bold. We don't want to do the safe thing visually, and also we want to, you know, we're still young in our careers as filmmakers, that I think there's a lot to do. You know, there's a lot to do still, a lot to explore, and I welcome that, and I don't want us to get stuck in any one sort of arena or style. So I want to push.
How about you, Andy? What's next for you? I assume you're probably going to work again before the feature goes. You do stuff all the time, I'm guessing. But what's your big next step?
Yeah, I'm just gonna add to what Justin just said. Like all these, director DP relationships that we watched and admired growing up. Mark Highway and Doyle, Christopher Nolan and Wally, and all these great combinations, and how they were able to evolve their language throughout their careers. And then this is something we hope we can follow their path, but also do our own thing.
I think that's a wonderful way to put it. All right, so gentlemen, there's a moment in the movie where, and I don't think I'm giving anything away, but a bed is being pushed down the street, across the streets, and the bed seems to break. It to me, it looked so spontaneous and so real that I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine that it wasn't scripted as part of the story, but I also get the feeling that maybe it wasn't, and you used it anyway. Tell me a little bit about shooting the bed sequence.
Yeah, so I always knew that I wanted that sequence in the film. I just didn't know if we were going to get permission to do it, because we shot at the busiest intersection in Koreatown on Olympic and Western. So we didn't get a permit for it. But what we did is we rehearsed it like a bobsled team. We rehearsed getting the bed on the truck. And we had to efficiently get the bed off, get them on the bed, get the actors out, have them push them across the street safely to the other side. And it's a busy street. That's where I think the 300 millimeter really came in handy, because we were pretty far away, so nobody knew we were filming. They came on the scene, and as they're pushing, we probably knew we'd get maybe one take. And he was pushing, and the bed fell apart. What I'm so thankful to the actors is that they didn't break character. They stayed in character. He just stayed on the bed, like as if he was actually comatose. And the other actor proceeded to put the bed back together, and people that were around were freaking out because they didn't know it was fake. So that's a really happy accident that we experienced. But the choice of the 300 was absolutely integral to make that happen.
Auntie, do you want to comment about that?
Yeah, I think once we got that and watching on dailies, we thought to do that with the real, we have to have complete control, set up all these cars, all these extras. It would take forever. We got it in 5 minutes. Yeah. And then Justin, he saw it how effective it was, and he wants plenty more of that. So
yeah. And that's the other reason I love working with Auntie is I have really crazy ideas, and then I run it by him, and Auntie's always like, what? And he's just like, how are we gonna do that? But then it's always like, okay, let's figure it out. We did it.
That's a great story. Where can people find out more about this movie? Where can people find out more about you? Are you on the Twitterverse or the Instagrams or the Facebooks or the websites? You want to plug your movie here?
Absolutely. So the best way to follow my career and the movie is probably through Twitter, which is my handle is just Justin Chan, and Instagram, which also the handle is just Justin Chan. It's the one with the check mark is the right one.
We will put links in the show notes too, so
great.
People can find you that way. Andy, what about you? Where can people find you?
I'm on Instagram at @NTChang, and that was the best way to see this movie is, hopefully some good news comes by and you can see it in the theaters.
Yeah. That would be the dream.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on the show. It's really been a pleasure, and I hope that you will come back again with your next project.
Yes. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up part 3 of our 2019 Sundance specials. We have part 4 coming up, which is the one that I'm the most excited about.
Yes, I know. We saved the best for last for you, Ben. We know the next one is about midnight movies, horror, and the occult.
Yay. So come back for that. But before we do that, we want to thank Alana Cody, our intrepid producer, for preparing us for this recording session better than we are executing this recording session. And we want to thank Kays Alatrachi for providing 100% of the music that we've heard on all of the Cinematography podcast, including this episode.
And we have to thank our editorial staff, Ben Katz and Abby Corbett.
So come back real soon, and you'll see us in your feed. Check out part 4 of the Sundance 2019 special series.
The final episode.
The final episode.
This has been the Cinematography Podcast, presented by Hot Rod Cameras. Find your next camera, lens, or accessory on the web at hotrodcameras.com. Don't forget to subscribe to our show on iTunes and connect with us on Facebook and Twitter. Thanks for listening. The following podcast contains explicit language. You're listening to the Cinematography Podcast presented by Hot Rod Cameras, a program about the art, craft, and philosophy of the moving image and the people who make it happen. Coming to you from the world headquarters of Hot Rod Cameras in Hollywood, California, are your hosts, Ben Rock and Ilya Friedman.
Spooky. So, welcome to episode 4 of the 2019 Sundance specials.
That's right. This is the episode you're really going to like, Ben.
I've been looking forward to this one the whole way down. So, this is all midnight films, horror, and occult. How did Blair Witch not end up here? I don't know.
It was your personal pick.
Oh, that's fair. But also, should be said, Blair Witch was not in competition in Sundance in 1999. It was actually a midnight film.
Oh, right on.
So there have been some great ones over the years. I believe The Descent was a midnight film at Sundance.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Saw was a midnight film at Sundance. I believe 28 Days Later was a midnight film at Sundance.
Wow. You're a lexicon of
movies. I could be wrong about them all being midnights, but I saw them all at Sundance, and I think they were all midnight films. This is something
they probably were.
An intrepid investigator could call me out, and I will happily say that I was wrong. But I did see all of those at Sundance. So what is up first is a movie that, again, I am brimming with jealousy that I did not get to conduct this interview. It is a film called Hail Satan.
That's right. Hail Satan.
There's a question mark.
Question mark, yeah. And it's great. And oh my God, you are going to get to see it. It's getting a wide release. It is a fantastic movie. And we got to go to the world premiere. And there was a Q&A with the spokesperson for the Satanic Temple. This is a movie about the Satanic Temple.
Lucien Greaves. I'm such a fan of the Satanic Temple.
Yes, and I got to say that and we're about to hear a Q&A from the premiere, and then also I got to do an interview with the film's director, Penny Lane, and when I was leaving, the team behind Hail Satan handed me a Satanic Temple tote bag, which it was the best swag I've ever received.
Awesome.
And then Alana immediately stole it from me. So Alana now has the Satanic Temple tote bag.
I just want to get that so that when I go to Ralph's, I can have them put my groceries in that.
Yes. So I don't even necessarily want to explain everything about the Satanic Temple, because I believe that part of the fun for our listeners and anyone who sees this movie is going to be experiencing and figuring it out on their own as they go through the documentary. But in this Q&A, we get to hear from Lucien, the spokesperson, as well as Penny, and Lucien explains some information about how he and Penny got together for this documentary.
Here we go.
A lot of people wanted to do documentaries about us, and Penny reached out to me after she saw me introduce another documentary I'm in at the Harvard Film Archive. It was about a cult from the 60s, 70s I did research about and had done an interview in this film. And I was talking about how we kind of owed a debt of gratitude to this religious group for some of the foundations and some of our thought. And I think that Penny said that was the first she realized that there was some kind of philosophical depth to the Satanic Temple, which made her want to look into it more. And then she invited me to see the premiere of her then current film, Nuts, which I thought was excellently done, one of my favorite documentaries now. But it wasn't until the Q&A session where she was talking about skepticism in general and her fight with the anti-vax movement that I thought that she might really be a good fit for doing a documentary about the Satanic Temple.
All right. So what is our next clip? Does it need any introduction?
Basically, it's Penny on how she got the idea for this documentary.
Here we go.
I wish it was a better story. Like, we just heard about TST through the headlines, like everyone else. Like, you know, in my world, like my little secular atheist world, TST's antics kept showing up, you know, in my newsfeed, and I thought that I understood what was going on. I thought, oh, this is like the Yes Men. I get it. Like, they're not really Satanists. They're just pretending to be Satanists to make this really smart political point. And as Lucian said, it wasn't until I met him personally that I was like, oh, they're not fucking kidding. Like, this is real for them. And I thought that none of the news stories that I'd seen that dealt with them had done any justice to the reality of the complexity. And it does take a little while to get it, right? Like, you know, if you're not familiar with Satanism as a concept, like, what they're doing seems incredibly confusing. And so that was kind of my pitch to them, was that, you know, with a feature-length film, maybe I could bring people along.
The next clip is, you know, there's a lot of humor in this documentary, and an audience member asks about the humor in the movie.
I mean, it should be said that the Satanic Temple is outrageously funny what they do. It's subversive, and they're basically just culture jamming, and so yeah. I can't wait to hear this clip. Here we go.
I mean, I guess you don't know me personally. I always knew this was going to be funny. Like, the humor was a huge draw for me. I mean, this is fucking hilarious. Like, that monument was funny. Like, I thought even just, like, the really basic, like, misconceived ideas that I had about TST were so interesting because they were so funny and smart in that way. I would say the opposite. The surprise for me is how inspiring the movie became. I did not, thank you, like, I fully expected to go into this and have to, like, and I did, like, do a lot of learning about religion and what religion is and how it could function in people's lives. I've grown up myself with no religion, so I always thought religion was this kind of mental illness. I didn't get it at all. And somehow through Satanism, I'm like, oh, I fucking understand religion. Like, I understand why people want it in their lives and what brings people back to it, and how, you know, my understanding of what religion was so limited. So I was very challenged by the film, and I was expecting to be challenged. I was expecting to be challenged by these guys and also by the ideas. I was not expecting to be as thoroughly inspired and to think about how in my own life, like, who my people are that I could gather with and make change, because you don't need money or, you know, connections. Like, you can just be really fucking smart and, like, get your 5 best friends. And that's kind of like what TST did. Like, they had nothing at the beginning. It was just a good idea. And for me, the story of watching, like, this smart idea become a reality was just really inspiring.
And our next clip is Lucian about the reaction from people, about people who are just now starting to understand the temple.
Yeah, a lot of times we do what we do, and we don't necessarily get in people's faces and demand that they understand us right away. From the very beginning, I knew that in order to be vindicated, you know, we needed to carry on doing this, and people needed to come to their own realization about who we are. And I think through the years, we've kind of seen that happening. Just this past winter in Chicago, in the state capitol in Illinois, our Chicago chapter put up a satanic display, Happy Holidays display. Yeah, they had other religious monuments sitting around. We just had a nice one that said Happy Holidays or whatever else, and people got really pissed off, of course. And one of the local politicians, or one of the Illinois state politicians, decided it was a good opportunity to grandstand against us and speak out against this monument, saying it was a real shame that the government had allowed this to go up and they should have stopped it from happening. And she had to backtrack on her statements because there was a real backlash of people saying she did not respect or understand free speech nor religious liberty. And that kind of backlash didn't happen before. I think people only now are starting to realize that Satanism can be a legitimate religious viewpoint. And I think the more people realize that other people accept that, the more they're going to be persuaded to look a little further or think a little harder when some of these ludicrous claims come out about satanic cults, or there's a revival of the satanic panic or anything else. So I think bit by bit we're changing the cultural environment in ways we'll never really be able to measure, but for the better. I'm trying not to assume anymore that people who level criticism on social media are being willfully obtuse. And I'm trying to also give people the credit of assuming that some of even their political positions or odious positions are based on an improper understanding of the facts of the world. And sometimes you can educate them on some basic items and get them to think differently about their social politics as well. And I think you just have to be willing to take the time to explain that to people until it's just painfully obvious that they're just trying to antagonize you. Because people have made that assumption of us throughout everything we've done.
Our last clip is Penny Lane on the question mark.
The question mark?
The question mark in Hail Satan. It could have not had a piece
Oh, they
of
could have just called it Hail Satan, but instead they called it Hail Satan?
That's exactly right.
Now we're going to find out.
The point of offense is not just to upset people. Like, it's not like just, I mean, there are people for whom I assume that's the point. But I mean, for me, and the reason I related so much to the Satanic Temple is that you have to think about what happens after the offense. Like, I've offended you by saying I'm a Satanist, right? And then what? And then what happens? Now, if these guys want to have a really interesting conversation with you about how, like, maybe your understanding of the United States' history and the constitutional realities are not quite what you've been told, that's a really valuable thing to do, and the offense has to happen first for that to happen, and that's what makes people want to have the conversation. So for me, like, yeah, we put a question mark at the end of the title, and that was our being compassionate. It was like, we know we're being offensive, at least we can put a question mark and be a little more inviting.
All right, so now we have an interview that you conducted with
the director of the movie, Penny Lane.
Awesome. Here we go.
I'm very pleased to report that I'm sitting down with Penny Lane, director of the new movie Hail Satan. And I added that little going up at the end there, Hail Satan, question mark.
Very good.
You want to talk a little bit about the why there's a question mark on the end of the movie?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. The movie was kind of always called Hail Satan. Like, that was always the obvious best title. The question mark was really kind of a late addition in the process. But I'm actually really happy about it. Like, basically, we were starting to think about how we really wanted this to be, like, this is going to be in wide release. And we started to think about, you know, how many people could stand to, like, really love the film, but for whom the title might actually be putting up a wall, you know?
Off-putting.
Yeah. And, like, you know, and there was something, I had this idea with the question mark, and I thought, you know, it's just a little more inviting. Like, it can't be confused for, like, a horror movie or something. It has, like, this kind of, it's a little bit cute, and it's a little bit cheeky, and I think it actually represents the film better, even though I didn't have the idea until, like, the last minute.
It's an inspired choice. I really appreciate that, too, because, like, then you're going to get everyone like me going, Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and you can ignore it if you want to. I mean, you know, certainly Lucian Greaves hates the question mark, and he's all like, just ignoring it. Fine. I don't have a problem with that. You can leave it off. It doesn't hurt anything.
All right. You mentioned Lucian, and for our audience who's maybe not heard of this movie, maybe not heard of Lucian, give us the 30-second pitch. Give us the log line. Tell us what is your documentary all about?
Yeah. So Hail Satan really chronicles the birth of a brand new American religion. And it is the Satanic Temple, which really began as basically a kind of a joke, you know, a prank, a joke, a troll, just a clever idea, really just amongst a few friends in the Boston area. And within 6 years, which is, you know, till today, it went from that little clever prank to, you know, really an international movement. And a recognized religion with hundreds of thousands of members. So that's what the film's about.
Hundreds of thousands of members worldwide, not just in the U.S. and quickly growing too.
Yeah.
Like you touch on it a bit in the documentary, but like on Facebook and through social media, this new religion is finding followers every day.
It is, and I think it's just a testament to how smart the ideas are at the core of it. as strange and off-putting and shocking and confusing as the idea of calling oneself a Satanist is to most people. Nonetheless, there are really a sizable number of people who are still way in the minority, but there's a real niche of people for whom it makes a lot of sense. They understand that the value of taking on that identity, taking on that label, proudly proclaiming oneself the outsider, the reviled, the misunderstood, the marginalized. And what could it mean to sort of say, like, what could be more marginalized than Satan in our culture? And so, yeah, I think it just shows like how many people, in modernity, we see kind of an increasingly secular world. There are more and more people, particularly young people, if you look at polling, who are not religiously affiliated at all. And I'm one of those people too. And I think that there's something deep and meaningful about a religious identity and affiliation that we miss. And maybe we don't even know we're missing it until a religion comes along.
Camaraderie, you're talking about the community? Or
so much more than that. Mm-hmm. That and more. Like, an organizing set of principles around which you can develop a community and around which you can develop a worldview. I mean, you don't get meaning from atheism. Like, atheism's great. I think of it as like a clearing away, right? It's like, let's get rid of some stupid stuff. Sure, but then what? And so it's not the case that every atheist should be a Satanist, but for some atheists, Satanism has kind of come along and filled a need that they didn't know they had. And I think that's super inspiring and cool.
I think so too, and I think your documentary is very successful. I think that when I walked out of the screening room and I was having conversations with the other people who were there, they got it. They got it in a fundamental way, and I don't think it's just because it was a very cerebral Sundance crowd that was in the room. I think that the message comes through really clear, and you draw a very clear distinction between the stereotypical view of a Satanist from the past, or maybe what most people's association with Satanism would be, versus this new movement which is happening right now. Tell me about this split here between like the old preconception, which I think actually works to the favor as a shocking mechanism for the people who are now getting involved with the new Satanism sort of movement, the movement through the Satanic Temple. That's correct, Satanic Temple. I got that right. Okay, so let's say someone comes along who wants to join the Satanic Temple, but they are one of these hardcore Satanists from days of old. I assume this isn't touched upon in the documentary that I recall, but there must be some sort of weeding out process or very selective membership. How does one become this intelligent, secular, separation church and state, modern Satanist versus the Satanists of old who want to sacrifice small animals and commit mayhem?
Right.
How do you draw that?
Well, two things. The first thing to say is that Satanist of old is largely a mythological construction. To the extent that there have been individuals throughout history who have been mentally ill and who, amongst their various ravings, have mentioned Satan or something. We're talking about like a Richard Ramirez type or like a Charles Manson. Like, they weren't Satanists. They weren't members of a satanic church or anything. They just like threw that out there, So what you have is like a millennia old kind of mechanism for marginalizing and murdering out groups. And the idea of what we now think of as a Satanist, this kind of catalog of atrocities, right? Like, what do? They kill babies, they like rape, murder, whatever, the worst possible offenses, right? That's a very old list of ideas. They used to be applied to Jews, moved into witches, for a while. And then it became something we called Satanists, and it really came to light in the 80s and 90s. So the first thing to say is that to the extent that there are a couple, not too many crazy people who might want to join the Satanic Temple because they think they think that's what it's all about. Right, yeah. And they want to do it, and they think they can get, like, maybe they believe in the Illuminati and they want to join.
They just have something against puppies and kittens.
Exactly. I mean, they can join. I mean, all you have to do to join the Satanic Temple is, get a membership card. There's no dues, there's no tithing, there's no, background check. But certainly at the leadership level, they do intensive background checks and they do extensive interviews, because it would only take one crazy person to commit a certain kind of vile act in the name of the Satanic Temple to kind of like bring the whole movement down. So they're really worried about that all the time. So those are the two things I'd say to that.
Okay, great. Well, that's a great answer to that question, because it was one of the only unanswered questions I had after watching your documentary. And congratulations on the distribution, because I mean, this is people are gonna see this. People are gonna see this. Well, you have the big Magnolia logo at the beginning, so
yeah.
I know that it's not just going to exist on a VOD platform somewhere. It's gonna get out. People are gonna see this. So tell us about your distribution. Tell us about how that came to be and where people can see this.
Yeah. So yeah, we were very, very lucky. More and more distributors are kind of interested in coming in earlier on projects and sort of getting in on the kind of financing, side. And Magnolia is one of those companies. And so we kind of came to them at the right moment where they were wanting to like sort of pick a couple projects to finance, to really do the whole thing from beginning to end. And Magnolia, from the second we talked at just a lunch, very casual conversation at the beginning, they understood what I was doing, and it was very clear that the movie that I was making was the movie they were excited about. And of course, with the topic of Satanism, like that was really important. We had plenty of pitch meetings with companies whom we will not name who really didn't get it. And it didn't matter like how many times I said the words. They were still like, cool, so like, that will show the real Satanists, right? And I'm like, oh my God, like I just explained this. So yeah, so, or like really just we're in it for like the kind of reality TV kind of salacious level. And Magnolia totally got that we were trying to make a like pretty dense intellectual film that we also promised would be very fun and funny. So yeah, so Magnolia came on, perfect partner, dream collaborator every step of the way. And they're putting the movie out in theaters Easter weekend.
Fantastic.
So that's April 19th would be the theatrical release date. And I'm sure it'll start in New York and LA and then hopefully, go some other places. I mean, actually,
it will.
I'll tell you, like we had our Salt Lake City screening last night.
Oh, how did that go?
It was just epic. Like, and I think that the movie is going to do better in places where, that kind of theocratic infringement is actually happening all the time. In New York or LA,
not as much.
And also, frankly, for my world, it's a little bit like difficult to sort of like enjoy laughing at like a Arkansas senator who's trying to get a Ten Commandments monument up, because it doesn't affect me in a personal way, and it feels a little bit like punching down or something, like a little bit like kind of like, let's make fun of these hicks or something. But look, if you're in a state where like that's your actual state senator, you're like, oh no, whole different ball game.
That's very serious.
Whole different ball game, and you have a better understanding of just how serious these issues are, and it's easy to look at it from a safely secular place like where I'm from and then be like, well, what are these people really upset about? When I first met Lucien, he said something that I thought was completely insane. But I mean, I kind of rolled my eyes at it internally. And he was talking about the importance of the work, and he said, what people do not seem to grasp is that it is completely within the realm of possibility that a secular, modern state can fall to theocracy. If you're curious about that, all you need to look at is Iran in 1979. And it can happen. And it's not to say it's going to happen or it's, for sure going to happen tomorrow or anything, but like it is not outside the realm of possibility. And when you look at something that looks a little bit, again, you can think it's stupid. You can be like, who really cares about this dumb 10 Commandments monument, right? Like, find a better issue. But you have to realize that these people who want that 10 Commandments monument are not like going to get it and then be like, okay, we're done. Like, it's only one of the thousands of steps they intend to take.
Oh, yes.
To bring us closer and closer into what you can only call a theocratic rule. There are plenty of people in our government who have no concept of the separation of church and state, like plenty at the highest levels. And there's a very well-financed, very well-funded, very well resourced, connected, lobby in place, trying to make these things happen, and it is worse than people think. So when Lucian said that thing about Iran, I was kind of like, what? And it was really only through like more research and more education on my part that I realized that he was right. It actually really could happen. And I was like, oh, it's actually not an exaggeration at all. So as much as their campaigns are kind of largely local, you're talking about city council meetings in Phoenix, Arizona, kind of state level abortion laws in Missouri, and sort of certain senators in Arkansas and Oklahoma. Like, it all looks kind of like small potatoes, but I think it's hard to understand. It's hard to sort of like fully grasp the bigness of it, really.
Oh yeah, you string together a few little successes and it becomes a big success. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and going back to your Salt Lake City screening real quickly, is there a Salt Lake City chapter of the Satanic Temple, and did they show up at all, or
there was, and then it folded, but I heard that they're regrouping, so yes and no, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, there were a ton of people in the audience who seemed to be, if not members, like certainly like a lot allies
or allies who probably wouldn't mind learning more. I was just curious how this movie might serve as a recruitment tool. Actually, I would imagine Lucian is going to be incredibly thrilled with the results. He's about to become a lot more famous. Mm-hmm. You're about to become a lot more famous. I've already heard a lot of great buzz about this from the screenings that have happened so far. I can't really think of many other documentaries that I would call outright comedies. And even though you're dealing with serious subjects, it's really funny. It's
good.
I mean, it's really funny, and you interview some great people. There's a wonderful. This is the Cinematography Podcast, so we are going to talk about cinematography here a little bit. But you'd have a wonderful mix of verite, mm-hmm. of in the field, running around, sort of activist footage, combined with very formal sit-down interviews. Talk a little bit about your plan. Like, if there was a plan,
yes, there was a plan.
Have you worked with this cinematographer before? Have you guys?
Only on one short. Okay. So we knew enough to know we liked each other, but just a little project together before.
Well, tell me about the relationship with your cinematographer and how you guys kind of came together to craft with documentary form and function really follow close together. How did you come up with the style that you wanted to do for this?
So my DP is Nati Gomez, and we talked about the interviews early on, and we knew we wanted to use the iDirect, which is that kind of Interatron.
For our listeners who are non-technical, it's a beam splitter with mirrors that allows the person to look straight into the camera and see the face of the person who's asking questions.
Right. So you're kind of like Skyping with them, but you're actually making eye contact. And we knew we wanted to do that because we think the Satanists are extremely confrontational. We felt that kind of direct eye gaze would be the right kind of confrontational for them. And also because we wanted, the opportunity to, just to connect with them as humans. And so that felt very important. We also wanted the interview setup to be very formal and neutral, like neutral. It sounds boring, but that was important actually for this because, the go-to dumb idea would have been like, let's have like a pentagram on the wall behind them and like some like red lights and fog. And it's just like, no, we weren't trying to like normalize them, but we did want to make it approachable. So this kind of neutrality felt very important in the interviews. It was very kind of also respectful of them. Like, let's take them seriously as like thinkers and like theologians and philosophers in their own right,
and which they deserve to, of course.
And they never get that kind of treatment. So that felt very important to me. And then as far as like how we thought about shooting in the field, the first thing to say about shooting in the field is that I had basically never done it. Like, I've been making documentaries for a long time, but I'm like a weird filmmaker. So most of my films have been archival or like animated, or to the extent that I've filmed anything, it's been very controlled, like only in a studio. This was a new experience for me. And so my relationship with my cinematographer was very important. And Nati was so helpful because she was, first of all, obviously very experienced. And second of all, she really helped me learn my job, which was important. I needed a cinematographer who was going to help me learn how to be a director in those environments. It sounds embarrassing almost, but it was true. I didn't no. I mean,
cinematography is a widely misunderstood craft out there, and it really doesn't get a lot of attention. And I think that most of our listeners who are not familiar with the show and have not listened to it, have not heard, it happens a lot of times, especially with first-time filmmakers. I know you're not a first-time filmmaker, but the first time out there, usually DPs work on a lot of other people's projects. They have a lot of experience, and they're sort of like helping to Sherpa the director into their role and say like, hey, maybe you want to pay attention to this, or maybe this is worth paying attention to. And it sounds like you got that, which is really vital for being out there in those situations where I'm sure it was a little chaotic.
It was chaotic. And also, Nady was very, everyone liked her. Like, she was able to develop her own rapport with the subjects, and that was like super important. She kind of looks like a Satanist, which helped. She blended in.
Oh, that's great.
She wears a lot of black, tattoos.
So there was already sort of like an instant, like, you're my people connection from.
Yeah, definitely. There was
good. I hope that you're really pleased with this. I got to say that I don't know what movie you set out to make, but the movie that you did make seems to have really touched a lot of people. There was a lot of people coming out of there who were really like right on. There was a woman actually next to me in the theater, which every time someone mentioned one of the 7 tenets of Satanism, she was basically saying, amen, amen. And then at some point she realized, she goes, oh man, Hail Satan, which was really hysterical for me, of course, and actually everyone around, because she caught herself just doing it out
you
loud.
You watched like a conversion.
I did. It did, like in the process, and frankly, she looked like a 50-year-old Mormon woman. So it was kind of an amazing experience.
That's cool.
What's your hope and goal? I know that you want to have a lot of people see this, but and it is going to get seen by a lot of people, and I'm sure that Magnolia's reach is going to be far and wide. But what do you want to do next with this? What's the next step?
I just think there's a lot of different takeaways from the film that I'm quite pleased for people to have, and I think it's pretty variable. For some people, I assume, who are coming from, again, more of that sort of knee-jerk anti-religion background, like me, I mean, I would hope that this film would actually bring them to a better understanding of what religion is and why it's so valuable, and it's not just like some random mental illness, which like really a lot of people think. And so I think that could be a surprise for a lot of people who would come to the film because they think they're going to laugh at religious people and then realize that like that's not kind of the point. So that's that. And then there's another element where it's like whatever you think of the Satanists and what they're doing, like it's very inspiring to watch a group of people with really no resources at all come together with smart ideas and hard work and like change the world. I think that's certainly a message that people always need to hear, but I would say particularly now, and that you can be creative and you don't have to like fall in line and like just like sign up for your local Democratic, like go canvassing for your, local senator. It's great if you want to do that, but not everyone does. Like a lot of people are too weird and rebellious to do that kind of stuff. So to find a way to kind of plug in to this like nightmarish political situation that could work for people who are too weird for like standard politics just feels like really inspiring to me, and I hope that some people will be inspired in that way. And then a whole other thing would be just to kind of walk out of the film and sort of notice things that you never noticed before. Like, how weird is it that our national motto is "In God We Trust"? Like, that's a little weird, guys. Like, maybe, sort of. I think before this project, I might have like walked by a 10 Commandments monument and not even thought for a second about it. Like, just of course that's there. And then you're like, wait a second. Like, so, if you can kind of throw people, like what I want from art is to be destabilized. I want to be like thrown off and realize that I was wrong about something. Now, not everyone likes that, but I really want that from art. And I feel like there's many things in this film that are there to help people see that they were like maybe wrong about something.
There's nothing I think people out there like more than having their core beliefs questioned.
I know, lucky me.
but I got to say that when you do it well, you do
it with humor, right?
You do it with humor,
and you also let people think. You let them laugh at the Satanists for like 20 whole minutes, and then you're like, so it lets people get their guard down a little bit, and then the sort of laughing at, frankly, kind of starts to shift to laughing with, and you can feel it happening in the room, and it's just a delight.
It really is, and I want to leave it there. I think that's an excellent place to stop. Penny, where can people find you?
Oh, I'm on Twitter at Lenny Payne. Just switch those first 2 letters because people take the name Penny Lane all the time. Penny Lane is my real name. In fact, my website is pennylaneismyrealname.com. And if people are interested, there's a whole FAQ on there about my name, and you can find out everything you want to know about my name on there, so you never have to ask me. So yeah, I'm on Twitter at Lenny Payne, and the film is Hail Satan Film.
Fantastic. Penny, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you. This was fun.
That was awesome. I can't wait to see that film. That just sounds like somebody made a film in a laboratory that I would love. So the next film we have up is called Little Monsters. Tell me a little bit about Little Monsters.
Little Monsters is directed by Abe Forsyth, who I was very fortunate to be able to meet and interview at Sundance. The movie got picked up by Neon. It's a 2-year-old distribution company, and it was acquired for a rumored mid-7-figure deal in partnership with Hulu. So that's going to get a wide release, and it stars Lupita Nyong'o. So Academy Award winner Lupita Nyong'o playing, I'm going to say, totally to her typical sort of typecast here as a kindergarten teacher who kicks ass killing zombies.
So my next question is, who's the cinematographer?
The cinematographer is a gentleman named Lachlan Milne, and it has a really big budget look, which is something that we talk about in the interview. And the movie itself, in every way, feels like it had a lot of budget, but I don't think it had a very big budget at all. And Lupita Nyong'o is fantastic, and Josh Gad. It's a wonderful cast. And without further ado, here's the interview. This is Ilya Friedman with the Cinematography Podcast, and I'm sitting down with Abe Forsyth at the Sundance 2019 Film Festival. Abe, thank you so much for being on the show.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Abe, you wrote and directed a very, very popular movie here at the festival called Little Monsters. Tell me about Little Monsters.
Little Monsters is about a kindergarten teacher who has to protect her class through a zombie apocalypse. So stop the kids, the little 5-year-old kids, from being ripped apart by zombies, but also, more importantly, in some ways, stop their minds from being corrupted by the horrors that sort of surround them. But that's the elevator pitch. I mean, so it's a lot of things though. It's a romantic comedy, it's a buddy movie. In some ways, it's a musical as well. It's also a social satire in terms of where we are in the world at the moment. The U.S. military in particular, plays a pretty strong role in this movie. But it's also, it's a horror film. It's a black comedy. A way that someone pitched it to me recently, which I think is actually a really good way of summing it up, or at least preparing people for what they're in for, is it's an R-rated Pixar movie.
That's a great description
yeah.
for it. And you got a wonderful cast.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell us about your Academy Award winning cast. So.
Well, I mean, yeah. So Lupita Nyong'o plays Miss Caroline, the kindergarten teacher. Look, I mean, she was just the ultimate choice for that role for me, and we took a swing for the fences to see if we could get her while we had a little bit of time. And I was, I think, as surprised as anyone when she responded to the material. Look, the material is very personal to me for a lot of reasons, and I know Lupita connected with a lot of the very personal things that are relatable to whoever you are and wherever you come from. And if I, the same way my 5-year-old son was protected by his kindergarten teacher for the first year of school, for him, Lupita is someone that I would believe and would feel happy looking after my son during a zombie apocalypse.
The movie is it's broad comedy. It's but she plays the straight person too. She plays it straight, and really it's a wonderful character. I don't want to give anything away, but she's very much into music, and music plays a big part of it. And then you even, as the story unfolds, you get to learn how into music she is and what sort of her past is and her obsession with certain musical acts. And there's some really nice moments that come from the music in this movie. Tell me about where does the music come from?
You know what? It's actually something I haven't talked about in a long time. Music is potentially the most important plot device in this movie, and that's to do with our lead character, who is a washed-up musician at the beginning of the film, who is performing a different side, an untruthful side of himself, and he's hiding behind this armor and putting out this, he's a heavy metal musician and just behaving very immaturely in his life, but also through his music. It's not connected to anything, within his soul. And he meets Miss Caroline, who is just not self-conscious in any way, will play the ukulele, will play Taylor Swift on the ukulele for a class full of 5-year-old children, and be completely unself-conscious and connected to them and there for them. And it's through meeting her that we basically have our lead character to discover his real voice through music and through meeting her. And then we also then found a way of tying in her past. She herself has a dark past, and she has which I won't give away what happens, but you also get to learn that how music has kind of led her to be who she is as well.
Okay, so this is the Cinematography Podcast. We're going to talk about the cinematography. Tell me about your working relationship with your cinematographer on this, and how you guys approach the look of the movie.
So I'd worked with Lockie Milne as the cinematographer, and he and I had worked together on my previous film, Down Under. And Down Under was a very different film it was similar in some ways, but it was a lot more bleak. It was a black comedy set during a race riot, a real race riot that we had in Australia about 12 years ago. But it was much more restrained in the way we filmed it, and we did really long takes. And we tried to use wide shots and let the actors block for camera rather than using the camera to block around the actors. And that was a very deliberate choice to feel like you were just observing everything. You were kind of neutrally observing this really horrible behavior from all of these very racist characters that were in conflict. We weren't able to use any of the same approach for this whatsoever, and it took us going through pre-production, just figuring out. So I needed to figure out certain things about how we could actually work with 11 5-year-old kids, like the ramifications of what that would be. We filmed Down Under on one camera. We had 2 cameras on this, and that was just out of necessity more than anything else. There was a couple of. The first 2 weeks of the shoot, we only had 1 camera. It was an 8-week shoot, and we had a couple of big days with kids in that, and it almost killed us because it's almost impossible. It is impossible to get kids to do the same thing twice, especially when we did actually try and make a deliberate choice on this to stay as wide as we could for as much of it as we could, because we wanted as many of the kids in the frame at one time, and that was because I didn't want it to feel like we were cheating by having just lots of close-ups where you could tell people have been giving kids line readings. But when you do that with 1 camera and then you try and get consistent takes from take to take, it's just impossible. So we really did realize that you needed a camera, thinking like you were shooting with 1 camera, with the A camera, but just getting the B camera, and we had a really skilled camera team just going in and just trying to pick out these little individual moments amongst the chaos. And I think that was something that then, once we got into the flow of that really then dictated the visual look of the movie. We tried to use Steadicam a lot as well too, but after a couple of days of using Steadicam and trying to corral 11 5-year-olds and zombies in the same frame, we went, okay, we've got to actually put it on the shoulder and just be a lot more sort of like free and loose with it.
I think you were really successful in being able to not make it look like you were having the worst time of your life. But I know that 11 5-year-olds, I mean, even the quote-unquote professional 5-year-old actors are still 5 years old.
No, totally. I don't think there is such a thing as a professional 5-year-old actor. It's like, and this is for me, it was all about capturing that innocence of a 5-year-old. So it was trying to make them unself-conscious, make them not think about the camera, make them not feel like they're on set, make them not feel like people are watching them and that they're giving a performance. It was trying to trick performances out of them while letting them be themselves.
I think there's some stage parents out there who would disagree that their 5-year-olds are not professionals, but
I can guarantee you that yes, that is the case. But even when you're dealing with, and look, we dealt with some stage parents on this movie.
It's inevitable when you have 11 children. But you also, even just when you're talking about extras and other people too, like there's working with kids is kids, animals, but visual effects. There's all kinds of things that can derail your production. And the fact that you got it done in 8 weeks, and the fact that it's as successfully pulled off as you did, which is 100%, it really, at no point did I think that you were trying to hide or cut and just do a close-up on someone. No, you did great. Tell me about sort of the color palette. This is a saturated movie, and when the connection made between like an R-rated Pixar film, it does feel like that. It feels like it's very high key lighting. You've got Josh Gad playing this incredibly colorful character who comes in. He's like a scene stealing sociopath. He's just like it's kind of an incredible performance there. Tell me a little bit about what you guys were thinking for the color palette of this movie.
The one thing that I said to every head of department when they got started on this was I wanted this to feel like this was a movie that a studio had made. I didn't want this to feel like a little independent movie. It is an independent movie, and we didn't have an incredibly...
You would never know.
Great. I mean, and that was the hardest challenge for everyone too. It was like, think about this like this has come out of Universal. Imagine the logo before. And if we can make it, if we can give it that look, and that, that comes down to the way we use the camera, obviously the wardrobe and production design are very sort of key elements to that too, but also how you pitch the performances as well too. They needed to be pitched at a certain level, still with truth, but pitched in a way which feels like, oh yeah, we're in that kind of safe comedy movie. And if I knew that if we were able to set up the world in that way, then when some of the more shocking humour comes out, it will be even more unexpected. And then similarly, when the heart of the movie starts to really reveal itself too, I knew people were going to hear about this movie going, it's a movie with zombies, like school kids and zombies. So then it was a matter of going, okay, I want them at the end of the movie to go, I didn't know it was going to be that. Because a lot of people go, oh, I don't like zombie movies. And say, yeah, this is not, I think genre people will hopefully enjoy, well, no genre people are enjoying it. But it's a movie, it's zombies are a device. They're not what it's about.
It's zombie comedy for sure. I mean, it is definitely a comedy, and it's comedy with a little bit of gore, which I think satisfies a couple of different demographics there that people.
You feel like you have to tick certain boxes. And look, we had an amazing team. Our studio did all of our prosthetic effects for us. They won the Oscar for Fury Road, and worked on Alien Covenant. And these guys are amazing. And they, just to use them as an example, which filters through to every department in their own ways. They didn't have to do this movie. They took it on because they believed in it, and they always wanted to do a zombie movie as well too. But the great joy for me with working with people like that, where I was able to go, look, we all know zombie movies. We've all grown up with them. Dawn of the Dead, George Romero's Dawn of the Dead was one of the most seminal movies for me when I was a little kid. But it's like, but now I want to give you the opportunity to do what you've always wanted to do in a zombie movie. What do you want to see? What are some gags that you like? Go away, think up gags, and bring them to me. I don't want to dictate to you what it should be, because you run a makeup studio. You got into this because of George Romero, and then they bring you these incredible gags. There's a gag with a zombie eating a very particular, yes. And it's like that, this is an example that came from them, and that was just like genius. So
it's a great moment.
Yeah.
I'm giving nothing away,
no.
but the visual is fantastic, and it's so funny because I was thinking that exactly as you were saying it. Tell me about what other kind of movies you mentioned, of course, Dawn of the Dead, and you've made dark movies. Tell me what other movies are in sort of like your all-time favorite filmography that help inform this movie? Like what sort of?
Well, look, I mean, I have
your influences.
I have multiple filmmakers that are very key influences just on me wanting to be a director. Peter Jackson, I saw Bad Taste obsessively when I was 11 years old, and Peter Jackson was the person that made me go, I want to be a director. I was obsessed with Bad Taste, Meet the Feebles, Brain Dead, but then seeing him do Heavenly Creatures, I saw that when I was at a very key point. I think when I was 14, 15. I was like, wow, and then you can come from that world, but then you can do this. And Heavenly Creatures still to this day is one of my all-time favourite films. Coen Brothers, Peter Weir, George Miller, like all of these people are very important to me. But actually the single biggest influence on this movie, and it wasn't something that I even realised until after I'd written the script, was the work of Bong Joon-ho. And Okja in particular became the movie that I went back to for nourishment during the shoot of the movie. I watched that movie so many times, and it's different in a lot of ways, but what I really appreciate about his work, and that movie in particular, is he takes real risks with tone, and he runs towards those risks. He doesn't pull back from them, and I think he's got a very singular voice, and able to pull together. Okja it's hilarious. It's an action movie, but ultimately it's a beautiful film that really leaves you with something. And the end of that movie with the big pig and the little pig and the little girl and her grandfather, just that quiet moment at the end of that movie, I think is one of the best endings I've ever seen in a movie. So yeah, I really appreciated that movie more than I think any other movie, like even recently compared to other movies as well too, because it's just, I can't compare it to anything else.
You're describing what makes movies timeless, and ones that can hold up for decades or longer even these days.
Totally.
Hey, let me say congratulations. I heard your movie got distribution.
Yes, yeah. That's a new experience for me. Let me just put it like that.
Were you up until the wee hours of the morning negotiating a deal, or did it happen pretty quickly?
It happened. It happened after, and at a certain point I had to kind of stop and just. But we had some very good news very, very early in the morning.
That's great. So if the ink is now dry, can you say who it is, who acquired it?
Yeah, so it's Neon.
Okay.
And that feels like a really right fit for that. And they're planning something in collaboration with Hulu, which is, I can't say what it is yet, but it's a really interesting, and I'd be interested to see how this would work for other films in the future too. But I think it's a perfect fit for what we've got, and it will involve a little bit later in the year, but yeah, I think we've found the right home. And for me, just personally as well too, I've had a lot of investment and help and support from our government funding body, Screen Australia, in particular on my last movie and on this one as well. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had to deal with government finance in other countries in the world, but the fact that they've supported me and the types of movies that I make in the way that they have means a lot. And to be able to get a sale like this, to be able to bring this movie over here and get a sale like this, I feel really, it's made me just feel really good, because I go, yeah, I feel like I've paid back a little bit of what they've given me, only just a little bit, but it's really hard to get a film noticed anywhere in the world, and I feel like my sensibility, although it's very, very Australian, it struggles. My sensibility actually struggles in Australia, and there's a lot of reasons for that without going into detail. But to be able to come over here and similarly, we showed my last movie at Fantastic Fest, and an American audience looks at my work, I think, a little bit differently than an Australian audience does. So the thing I'm most happy about is I feel like I've just paid back some goodwill from the government.
You definitely have, and I'll tell you that this was a really, really good competitive year at Sundance. I mean, you have a lot of movies out there that are all vying for attention, many of them vying for distribution, and it's fantastic that you got your distribution, especially amongst all these other projects that are out there, because a lot of these companies can't say yes to all of them. They can't take all of them. They got to choose really what they want and go for that. So congratulations. I looked at your filmography and saw that you, of course, were an actor for a long time. How do you feel now working behind the camera? It's a different. Do you want to keep doing acting?
No, I never wanted to work in front of the camera. That's the irony of it. My father's an actor, and primarily a theatre actor in Australia, and I kind of stumbled into it through him and through connection. He wasn't a pushy stage father at all, but it was just something I used to use, because I used to get quite a bit of acting work, and I actually used to use it to supplement my filmmaking career. And then, but at a certain point, I was just too frustrated of working with bad directors, and I've worked with probably over 40 directors as an actor, and I can count on one hand the ones that I had a meaningful experience with. But also the things that I learnt from those directors that I can count on one hand really helped inform the type of director I am for actors. And I am an actor's director. I'm really into the technical way of how you tell a movie. I'm into everything, but first and foremost, it's about protecting the actors and making them feel safe and comfortable that they can deliver the type of performances Lupita, Josh, and Alex and the kids deliver in this movie, because I really believe that that's where the essence of a story either sinks or swims, and then everything, if you start there and then move your way out in support of that, then I think you've got a better chance of doing it the other way around. Because I've been on sets personally as an actor, and I've experienced all the acting's hard, and it's like
not being supported.
Yeah, and it just makes you close down and not want to give your best, and if you don't feel like a director has your back. So yeah, look, I never want to act again, but I really enjoy giving actors the space that I, for the majority of my acting career, wish I had.
Abe, we're basically out of time now, but where can people find you online? Are you on social media? Is there a Facebook page for the movie? Anything yet like that?
Look, I'm on Twitter. That's kind of, and I gave up my Facebook page after seeing Social Network a long time ago now, so I haven't been on Facebook for a long time. But Twitter's the best place to get me.
Where can they find you on
Twitter? It's at Abe Forsyth.
Okay, Abe, thank you so much for being on the show.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right, and so our last interview is about a movie called Sweetheart. Tell me about Sweetheart.
Sweetheart is fantastic, and I don't really know about the distribution for. I know it's a Blumhouse production. I know that distribution was available as of Sundance. I haven't heard anything about it, which to me is mind blowing, because it's one of my favorite movies I saw there.
Really,
it's
one of your favorite movies at Sundance was a horror movie. I feel like we're making progress, Illya.
It's really good. It is.
You've been hanging out with me too long.
You know what? It's a horror movie. It's a thriller. It's a creature feature. It's also kind of like meets Lost. So that's what I would say. It's it all takes place on an island. It's a minimalistic movie. There's not a lot of characters. There's not a lot of dialogue, and you aren't given a lot of backstory. You're just kind of like thrust into the story, and you kind of figure it out as you go along. But J.D. Dillard, who I was very fortunate to interview, the director, it's brilliant. It's brilliantly written. It's brilliantly performed. It's brilliantly directed. The movie,
brilliantly shot by
Stefan Duccio, and
God, is this movie gorgeous. It's, I don't want to ruin it and give anything away, but I will just tell you this, that you must see this. Like, I know you, Ben, will see this, but anyone who's listening to the sound of my voice, you're going to hear about it. This is like one of those horror thriller movies, like 28 Days Later, that people just started immediately buzzing about, like, oh, you have to see this, you have to see this, you have to see this. This is one of those movies, and I guarantee you that J.D. Dillard is going to be a household name if he keeps making movies like this. This movie is incredible, and I cannot give it a higher recommendation for you to watch.
All right, now let's listen to your interview. Well, that's a pretty high praise. Let's listen to your interview.
You're listening to the Cinematography Podcast. I'm Illya Friedman, and I have the distinct pleasure of sitting down with J.D. Dillard, who is right across the table from me. Say hello, J.D.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, you just made an awesome movie.
Thanks, man.
Did it premiere last night? Or
Premiered last night at midnight, which is way past my bedtime. But yeah, such a fun crowd. I hadn't been to a midnight screening, so just such a different energy than, watching something at 9 a.m. So
the midnight crowd certainly gets into it. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of buzz around Sweetheart. And there is people talking about that maybe a midnight movie might be able to win Best Audience Award, which doesn't, I don't know if it's ever happened, but
that's news to me. I mean, hey, I like that.
It's a great movie, and it's got a very small cast, and it's got incredible production value. I know it was a Blumhouse produced indie studio production here.
Yeah.
So tell our listeners a little bit about your movie.
So Sweetheart is kind of just like a Spartan survival horror thriller. Obviously, it does lean a little bit more on some of its horror tropes, but wanted it to be purposefully, Spartan but dynamic experience. Part of my co-writers, Alex, and both named Alex and Alex. Yeah, it kind of came from just our weird overreaction to so many movies that we like, having so much explanation about like why this story is even happening. And just to sort of try to counter-program that almost as an exercise, we wanted to try a movie where you wake up with this character and you end with this character. There's no flashback. There's no sort of narrative mechanic to dig deep into them. So everything that you find out about Jen, played by Kiersey in this movie, you find out by watching her do. And yeah, it just seemed like a fun thing to try, given our obsession with genre, to try something like that.
Tell us about your cast and how they came on board, and there's only a few of them. So give us a quick rundown.
So yeah, it's a very small cast. So we have Kiersey playing Jen, who was our lead. We have
Kiersey Clemens.
Yep. We have Emery Cohen, who, not to spoil too much, but arrives at a certain point in the film, and it's revealed that is her boyfriend, a friend of theirs, played by Hannah Megan Lawrence. And then we have two other characters who, I think for
small parts,
to avoid spoilers, it'll be very clear who they play in the film. But yeah, it's a very, very small cast. The film in and of itself is quite contained, and even the size of our cast sort of is indicative of that too.
Kiersey was one of the stars of Hearts Beat Loud, which is a big hit a while back. And had you seen her before? Was that before that movie? Or?
I had, yeah. I'd seen her in things that couldn't be more dissimilar from Sweetheart. I'd seen her obviously in Dope, and I'd seen her in Neighbors 2, which I watched on a plane actually on my way to go meet her, and was just like laughing the entire time. I was like, okay, well, this is definitely not the vibe of our film, but I love everything about her. And yeah, Kiersey is just, I don't know, there's a quality about her where she is very like every woman. She's immediately relatable, and again, part of the function of this film is to put someone on the island that doesn't feel like an expert, doesn't feel like deep in their backstory they were a Navy SEAL and here's how they're going to, put their, survival tools to...
They're going to use fish intestines and make a castle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of the fun. I mean, the relatability of her experience on the island is, I think, what my own experience on the island would be. And yeah, there's just like an innate relatability that I think Kiersey imbues.
So this is the Cinematography Podcast. Tell me about working with your cinematographer and had you guys worked together before?
So Stefan and I hadn't worked together before. He came as a recommendation from one of my Blumhouse producers because he had just shot Upgrade for them. It's funny, like I've long been obsessed with Greg Fraser, and I had pulled a lot of stills from things that he had shot, and completely independent of that, someone recommended Stefan to me and was like, oh yeah, he's kind of like in the Greg Fraser world, like they're both from Australia, and when I looked at Stefan's work, I mean, it immediately was, I think, the sort of slick naturalism that I really wanted Sweetheart to have.
Well, you definitely achieved that, and that's Stefan Duccio.
Yep.
Yeah, Stefan's got some great work, and I saw that he won an award from the Australian Society of Cinematographers. So that's awesome.
He won that actually while we were shooting.
Oh, fantastic! That's great. It's got a real big budget, slick, glossy look to the movie. Was that always the intention to go for that look? I mean, it doesn't feel like rough and tumble, scraping every penny in the jungle type of thing. You have a big budget look.
Yeah, I mean, very early on, Stefan and I talked about, and honestly, a lot of the same kind of ethos that I shot Slight with was put into this. And just in that, yes, we're not spending the most money putting this together, but that doesn't mean that camera can't be a character and we can't really spend the time to frame this movie intelligently. We also had the benefit of shooting it in such an incredible location. I mean, our show was entirely on Bounty Island in Fiji. And the entirety of the show was exteriors, just kind of like learning to roll with the environment itself. And there was already so much to play with, but yeah, very early on, we just knew that we wanted this to look and feel big. It's quite easy to tap into nature and kind of let it assist you in doing that. But there's not a lot of handheld in the film. There's honestly, even from just the standpoint of what tools we were able to use, I mean, so much of that was even dictated by what we could get to the island. So you can't get a techno crane to a tiny island when the tide is low. So that stuff never made it to Fiji.
but I would imagine probably gimbals or Steadicam or something.
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. I mean, there's a lot of the show was on Steadicam. A lot of the show was on sliders, but even dolly track and some of the environment we were in was just a little too difficult. So it kind of constantly was a battle between, like what the environment would allow us and also making sure that, we didn't have to compromise what our visual aesthetic was.
And forgive me, I didn't ask this in the pre-question sort of before we got started, but you guys are getting a distribution, right? You guys have a distribution coming for this movie?
So we're actually here open to distribution.
Ooh,
yeah.
Okay.
The film.
I know it just showed last night, so
So we'll see what happens, but it is via Blumhouse, but I think we're right now just exploring what the best partnership looks like for this film.
Okay, I won't ask you any questions about budget or days or any of those other things. If you can talk about days, though, I'd be curious how many days you shot this over.
We shot this in 25.
That's really quick.
Yeah, and again, it's with the show being entirely, outside.
Subject to weather.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with, I didn't know what a lunar tide was until the other year. When the environment obviously just being as volatile as it is. I mean, taking this film to grade was so important just because, if we're just cutting a scene by even a half day, like shooting part of it in the morning and another part in the afternoon, the severity in which the environment can change is just very, very, very intense.
It looks like it might have been a little windy out there.
Certainly windy. Yeah, so even when we were talking about lighting night exteriors, like putting blimps in the sky was just completely out of the question. And even when we put our sort of scissor lifts up, it was even hard to keep those steady with some of those tropical winds at night. So yeah, certainly was just a challenge technically. And again, I mean, days were their own peculiar thing and fighting cloudy versus blue sky and whatnot. But, come nighttime on a budget, lighting an entire beach certainly has its difficulties.
Tell me a little bit about what other types of movies you like. Like, what movies inform this movie? Because I definitely feel like it's familiar. I think this is exactly what maybe a filmmaker wants. It's familiar, but also being original at the same time. What sort of influences did you have coming into this?
Funny enough, like not that many horror movies. We talked a lot about All Is Lost. We talked a lot about Kon-Tiki. And both of those really just because of their pretty Spartan approach. Obviously, environmentally, there were a lot of similarities, in looking at how we were going to design the look for night. I mean, there was just some really great stuff from Kon-Tiki, which we talked about plenty, just, using lightning to sort of immediately imply scale to just like how much space is out past this island. And obviously, I mean, we watched Alien 1,000 times in prep, mostly just because ostensibly we do have a man-in-suit creature movie. Just looking at the best way to edit that and to shoot that, taking whatever we could, knowing that, yeah, I mean, we were going to be dragging a 130-pound foam latex suit to Fiji, and just making sure, yeah, we always knew what the best ways to look at that, which obviously took a little bit of time. I mean, night one shooting with the creature, I don't think was even our best night shooting the creature. And we finally got into a rhythm learning how to shoot him. But yeah, I think Kon-Tiki, Castaway, I mean, it's hard to not to talk about Castaway when you're talking about a stranded island movie. And yeah, certainly a lot of Alien there.
You can definitely see that when you watch the movie. I can definitely see all of those influences, but it's a wonderful original story that I'm not going to give anything away, but I'm going to encourage everyone to go out and see. And let me ask you before I forget, because this is something I have a tendency to forget sometimes, is there like a Facebook page or an Instagram or anything that exists for the movie so that when someone's listening to this, they can go, oh, I want to learn more. I want to follow the progress. Is there some place people can go to find out about Sweetheart?
Right now it's going to be just via Blumhouse as we're figuring out what the best life for the movie is and, how best to share it and where our audience is going to live. Yeah, we haven't developed too much that's kind of outward facing quite yet, but Blumhouse I think will certainly be the best route to information about what's going on with us.
All right, go to the Blumhouse website, and if you don't see something there, bother them and say that you want something up there.
Yes, please bother them. Yeah.
Talk about the producers and the production of this, because I also feel like that's an area that gets overlooked a lot. People talk about cast and stars and everything, but Cinematography Podcast, we try to bring in some other elements here. Talk about working with your producers and the development of this project and getting it out into the world.
Yeah, I mean, so sort of the creative development on this was peculiar in that the script is, I think the one we ended up using to shoot was about like 64 pages. And that's largely because, I mean, there's hardly any dialogue in the film. That being said, your script notes only go so far when there's not much script. So very quickly, the conversation turned sort of the technical producing of the film. And that was honestly really wild and, at times a little complicated. Figuring out where to shoot based on rebate and all the sort of environmental complications,
logistics. I'm imagining is
logistics were like how are we shipping this there, and how long does it take to freight this over wherever, but then you're also looking at like, is there Zika here, is there political stability here? So I mean, we looked at a variety of locations internationally, but Fiji really proved to be kind of the perfect home for us.
It's a great look too. Would you go back to Fiji and do it again?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I think having
Sweetheart
nothing,
too. Yeah,
totally. having nothing to do with Fiji, I think I need a little time off the island.
You were there a while.
We were there a little bit. Yeah. Started growing. I used to have a buzzed head, and now I have a full head of almost dreads. So the island has certainly stayed with me. But the sort of technical producing of it was just it was kind of a constant chess game, figuring out how we're going to get things to the island, figuring out where we're going to house people, figuring out how we're going to commute. 40 to 60 people to a smaller island off the one that we lived on every single day, 35 minutes each way. So yeah, there logistically, there was a lot going on. I owe so much of that to our, line producers and our actual producers. It was certainly no easy task.
You want to give them a shout out? You want to give people credit for
so that's going to be Mark Catcher. That's going to be Jeanette and Bea and Bill, Alex, and Alex. So yeah, that whole team, I mean, made sure that we could get to and from safely to the island, and then while on the island, maintain our safety.
That's so key. I think there's this misconception that making movies is always so easy and so safe and so fun, but really it is hard work with long days and uncertainties, and you just have to kind of go for it sometimes. So congratulations to you on pulling it off so well. And I'm going to say, people talk about don't work with kids, animals, and then maybe they say like VFX, but when you're all outside 100%, the weather is so difficult to deal with. It's why people try to do everything they can on a stage if possible. So,
absolutely.
So JD, tell me what's next for you. What's I know you want to get this movie out there, but are you already working on other stuff? What's next for you?
Yeah, working on a handful of things, and as it goes, it's I feel like this is kind of a career of plate spinning, and a lot of things that I'm excited about. I mean, I think all are just a hair too early to even be clear to me if they're happening soon or not. There was kind of a minor departure in the middle of Sweetheart, where I was in a pretty crazy auto accident.
Oh no.
And the movie went on hiatus for 3 months. And in coming back to that and getting back into the film and kind of relearning the film and, kind of teaching myself to fall back in love with it, it feels like I haven't been to set in 1,000 years.
Oh, wow.
Having to have lived through that experience. So I'm super keen on going back and shooting. And look, I feel like not to turn it too existential, but
existential. We love existential.
We've got time.
Yeah.
Look, I've made 2 films. The only way I know I can make better films is by making more films. I think, as you sort of approach or even cross the finish line on one, at least for my own personal appetite, it only makes you want to go back to set more. And this is a horrible, horrible, horrible metaphor, but it's like, when you have to go to the bathroom, and then as you approach the bathroom door, you suddenly have to pee 4,000 times more.
Your body's giving you a message.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about going back to set. It's like I am so
the closer you get, the more you want to do it.
The more I need it. So, all that to say, it's time to shoot again. So hopefully there's some clarity on that early this year.
JD, tell me about how this movie is the same or different from your previous feature, Slight.
One thing that's been peculiar, and honestly, I'm still, having only screened the movie 12 hours ago and very actively processing that still. I think watching it with an audience last night really showed me how close Sweetheart is to Slight in a sense. I want to make movies where people who normally don't get to do the cool things get to do the cool things. And in Slight, it's a young black kid, young black boy. And
Slight is your previous feature.
Yeah, Slight is my first feature. And I think Sweetheart kind of just does that with Kiersey. And it's kind of how I want to approach genre. And telling the story with different people living in those characters is just kind of how I personally want to approach the diversity issue. So I know that's kind of loose, but I'm still, even just after last night, trying to form that tie a little bit between these 2 films.
And are you purposely trying to do just one-word title movies?
So, I joked when I had to submit my Sundance bio, I mentioned that, very soon I'm going to try to make a movie that doesn't start with the letter S. So that's my big piece of growth for this year, hopefully. So I'll start with that. But no, I there was a tweet that I saw shortly after Slight came out. It wasn't even about Slight, but it was just, some guy was just like, what? I just want to see black people fight dragons and fly spaceships. And I was like, what? I am here for that. That is nothing against any movie that deals with civil rights or, identity or anything like that. But I also, just part of how I want to contribute is by, putting people that look like me in genre. And then shortly after, try to make something that doesn't start with the letter S.
So, JD, that just about does it for time. Where can people find you online, or if you are on the social webs at all?
I have social web identities. So on both Twitter and Instagram, I'm at JG Dillard. So come say hi.
Thanks so much for being on the show.
Thanks, man.
So that wraps up the 4-part Sundance special series, 2019 Sundance specials. And hopefully we can do this again next year for the 2020 Sundance Film Festival.
I hope so. And I just so everyone out there understands, we are not reporting on just the movies that we saw. There's a whole lot of other movies that we saw at Sundance, and it was a extremely strong year at Sundance for movies. Possibly the strongest I can remember out of all the times I've been there, which I think this is now my 6th time.
I think 1999 was a pretty strong year.
I wasn't there in '99, so I can't speak to that.
To be clear, Happy Texas was a big winner there that year.
All right, Happy Texas, good movie.
That's a very good movie.
Yeah. But we did not include all the movies we saw. I look at the coverage that some other publications do online about Sundance, and literally everything that they go see gets the same write-up and the same treatment as everything else. We are trying to curate for our listeners real highlights, really good stuff that's worth seeing. There's a couple things that we glossed over that are going to have, big distribution deals and people get to see and everything else, but we're trying to definitely shine a light on maybe some of the stuff that is less appreciated or you might get lost beneath the headlines. But go see Sound of Silence, go see Sweetheart, go see some of these fantastic movies. You won't be sorry.
So thank you for sticking with us for all 4 of these. And Illya, who do we have to thank for all this work?
Of course, Alana Cody, thank you so
Always.
much.
our producer. Kay Zalatrachi, thank you so much for the music that you keep giving to us.
It's the music of my heart.
And our editorial staff, Ben Katz and Abby Corbett, thank you so much for putting these things together.
Cool. So I hope you enjoyed it, and let us know. Go on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. Give us some feedback. We love the feedback.
We love feedback. We love it when people subscribe. We love, you know what would really help us? Share. Please share this. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is for me to run into people who tell me they love the show, but then they've also never shared it with any of their friends.
Anyway, thank you very much, and we will see you back here shortly for a normal interview-style episode of the Cinematography Podcast.
This has been the Cinematography Podcast, presented by Hot Rod Cameras. Find your next camera, lens, or accessory on the web at hotrodcameras.com. Don't forget to subscribe to our show on iTunes and connect with us on Facebook and Twitter. Thanks for listening.